Oh, okay. So, yeah, as you can see from the, really big yellow sign over there, my Disney vacation was absolutely fucking amazing. Too bad that I got back the next morning. I woke up, I got back on Thursday at about 7 o'clock at night, about 8 o'clock at night, and then went right to bed because I'd been driving since like 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. So we have some problems. The problem is my $7,000 rig that I've been streaming from nearly 6 years fucking died. And when I mean died, I mean it fucking shit the bed. I can sometimes get into it. I sometimes can't. I was able to get into it to download all my personal files, but I couldn't get into OBS or Stream Deck to back up anything. Unfortunately, I don't have a test bench, and the only place around here that has a test bench, it would have been like $500 for the diagnosis in a hurry. And so I found this piece of shit replacement computer that I'm using for $2,000. Yeah, go back to the 90s and use the old meme. It made a diagnostic sounding noise and all of the magic smoke started coming out. So the big thing, what happened was, one time I would start it up and it would throw an error code to the motherboard. Another time I would start it up and there'd be no error code on the motherboard. 3 Windows, I removed the latest Windows installation. I fucking hate Windows, by the way. Can we all agree that Windows sucks ass? Like, if it says restart or shut down, I don't want you to sneak in an update there. I want to shut down. So what had happened was I shut my computer down on Friday and then I needed to turn it back on. And when I turned it back on, it was a nightmare. So I was up until 6 o'clock the next morning trying to save it. I mean, get my documents and stuff. That's my workstation. That's where all the websites are and all PGN music and all that. And then of course, Amazon delivers to me by like noon all the time. Except yesterday. Yesterday they decide that it's going to take them until like 6 o'clock in the afternoon to deliver the new machine. So, you know, I hate Windows. I hate Microsoft, right? Yeah. Of all the operating systems that exist, Windows is the best one at what it does. Unfortunately, what it does is provide a low quality operating system for the masses to consume. Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely correct. Feels like sometimes they use Windows to funnel people into OneDrive. Jace, let me tell you this. Last year, when I got the new gaming box, I was able to do the bypass on the Windows startup and say, Shift F10, no, fuck you. I don't want to put in my Windows ID. Even setting up the new PC, clicking every option, set this up as a new PC, it still ported in all my files. It still required OneDrive. Fuck OneDrive. There are some machines that I love the idea of my connectivity being everywhere. Yeah, Rufus and but even then, I don't think you can get around. I'm gonna have to try it if I can manage to get the parts I need to fix the other one. You can't get around having a Windows login anymore. I don't think it's possible. It might be, but it's literally like, no, you must use a Windows login, which would be great. But then why can't I just say I don't want to use OneDrive? I think they want us all to use OneDrive so they can train their AI on our documents. But fortunately, I do have to make some, I will have to make some mic adjustments and some camera adjustments. But I remembered, which is fucking scary, but I remembered most of the setups. You have an AMD computer and an Intel computer, they do not fully mesh with each other. No, they don't. So, and then of course the very first thing I had to, can we just all agree that computer manufacturers should not be allowed to produce 20,000 computers and put them all in boxes and then send them out as they get bought, because shit, like this thing the brand new computer I just bought needed its BIOS flashed because it's an Intel chip and the BIOS wasn't up to date. So like some other poor schlep who doesn't know that buys the computer, it's going to be fucking dog food in 3 months. Speaking of dog food, I think it's got its own bootloader that can bypass all the requirements and create a local. Oh, cool. What I might have to do then is double back and address that with this. So, of course, I was at Disney, and of course, while I was at Disney, I think Steven Sharif really wants me to stop going to Disney, because every time I go to Disney, shit doesn't go well for him. But he has this uncanny ability to present all the court cases as if they're benefiting him. Also, guys, if you see me squinting a lot today, like I said, I got this computer late in the day yesterday. I haven't been able to put the old man accessibility options on it yet, so I have to work on that. There was an error with Scrab that I used for OBS. It was shifting all the windows down because one was mismatched, so I'm gonna have to do custom NVIDIA canvases, which I tried to do earlier and it said no, you're not doing that. I hate technology. I should go to Disney more often so we get more news. I would love to. If you want me to go to Disney more often, you see that subscribe button and that donate button? Yeah, click on that. If you want me gone, I'm at the max that I can afford. Fuck that. Oh, and Jack finally was returned. Jack has finally made his return to the stream. The good news is, having to rearrange my whole office, 2 really great things came out of my computer blowing up. Number 1, I can use my sit stand desk again because I've moved all of the hardware behind me now. And number 2, my office is clean. Like, not Asmongold bad. Like, I didn't have a 4-year-old burrito buried under shit, but I did take 2 trash bags out of my office, some broken hardware and stuff, so that was good. Where we at? We're not ready for you yet. First thing we want to address is... Where the hell? Oh, okay. Appreciate that. Oh, look at that. Appreciate you. Love it. I'll get some more music made. Or go to Disney. Hold on, we're going to temporarily turn that off, and we're gonna go. I hadn't even set up Discord yet. Appearance. Accessibility. Yeah, that'll do for right now. Okay. So I saw this, and this made me chuckle. We're gonna go over what Steven said. Good afternoon. I know it has been a few months since my last public update. Unfortunately, the legal process is not a particularly expedient one. To date, my federal lawsuit against Robert Dawson, Ryan Ogden, Aaron Bartels, Teresa Fett, Jason Karamanis, and TFE Games Holdings has had a very active docket of motion practice with nearly 200 entries and thousands of pages of filings and exhibits in the last 6 months. Of course, none of you want to be reading a legal update about a game you should be playing right now, and would be playing right now if not for the misconduct and greed of the very people who owed, appreciate that, a duty of care and loyalty to Intrepid Studios. Okay, first and foremost, Steven, you're full of fucking shit, because I have not been able to identify a single piece of misconduct that the board engaged in, with the exception of Aaron Bartels, who put into a a chat, an email, basically fuck those employees. They're the bottom performers. We're not going to pay them. Steven's premise is that Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis and all these other named individuals are the reason why Intrepid folded. The problem with that theory is, Steven, there's 21 to $64 million unaccounted for, misaccounted for, misappropriated. Up to half of the money is misappropriated. I don't know how Steven can turn around and keep blaming this on the board. First of all, the board of directors, since that wasn't supposed to exist. Yeah, he didn't say it was the board. He said it was the people that owed the duty and care and loyalty. His legal defense to this slander or libel could be that he means himself and his husband. Well, we're going to get to himself and his husband because himself and his husband are being sued now again. Is Steven not putting himself in a more legal corner? Also, do you think his lawyer signed off on that post? So I can only speak intelligently from when from the times I've had to engage with lawyers. And you know what my lawyer has signed off on me saying? Absolutely not a damn thing. The handful of times that we've been in I've been in litigation, my lawyers have always told me, you don't talk to anybody about anything. If you need to be having a conversation about this case, we're having the conversation in the conference room. Like, not even between the employees of the bar and me. Hey, how'd court go today? How'd court go today? Went fine. How'd the meeting with the lawyer go? It went fine. Like, when we got sued because the guy decided to leave, we never even served him. We never even served this guy. This guy showed up at the bar. Our bouncers didn't let him in. Then he got in a car accident and he tried to sue us. And I'm like, hold up. We didn't serve him. He wasn't our customer. Because in Illinois, which it's similar with many other states, if you serve a patron past the legal point of intoxication and they subsequently have an accident or a death occurs because of their actions, you can be held liable. I don't think a lot of non-bar owners know this. The rules are written in opposition. Like, you can serve a bucket of beer. I can't put 2 drinks in front of you. I can't put a shot and a brew in front of you, because that's 2 alcoholic beverages. But I can sell a pail of beer of 6 beers to 3 guys. I didn't write the law. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. Steven's lawyers, I can't fathom the universe in which Steven's lawyers approved this statement, because this statement is full of, how shall we say, problems where Steven is potentially opening himself up to civil litigation. Like, Steven has said a great many things that could be, regarded as slander, as defamation of character. Jason Karamanis has a really big potential case against Steven because of Steven's, he threatened to break my jaw. Okay, well, you can't say he threatened to break my jaw when things have gone really bad for you, because in order, the complexity of the legal system is, you can't, after the event, then suddenly feel like it was a valid threat. If you felt threatened on that day, you should have called the police. Because, and again, this is we're going down a rabbit hole, but you have to have somebody that's able to testify to the state of mind of the potential victim in the case of assault. Remember, assault is a verbal threat that makes a person fearful of their life, limb, safety, or from harm. If you didn't feel that you were in danger on the day, how do you a year later or 2 years later now suddenly feel like it's a threat? Like, lots of people say things that they shouldn't say. Now, lawyers can fire you, but they have to go through the judge. That is absolutely correct. Lawyers, if they want to stop the case, if they want to stop being part of the case, they have to go and say, Your Honor, we're asking to be allowed to withdraw because, appreciate the resub, because our client is making representing him nearly impossible. Or, Your Honor, we're asking to be removed because our client hasn't paid us. That's actually how I cut through what was probably going to be another 18 months of custody battles. My daughter's grandparents could no longer afford their legal bills. As soon as I was able to petition the court to move her Social Security into escrow, because the grandparents were using the Social Security checks to pay the lawyer. So then the lawyer came into court, and instead of sitting with the grandparents, it was our attorneys and us, the guardian ad litem, the grandparents, and then over at a fourth table was the lawyers for the grandparents. And the lawyer came in and said, I'm asking to be allowed to depart the case because they haven't filled their retainer. Once the judge allowed that, now we're in a room and the grandparents are like, well, we'll just withdraw then. Smart move. So, if the lawyers weren't aware of this post, how big of a chance they will drop him for this? I don't think they'll drop him for this post, but it certainly... Steven Sharif has already perjured himself, 100% definitively perjured himself in his court filings. What Steven doesn't realize then is if you perjure yourself in your court filings, the fact finder, which is the judge, can ultimately decide, and the judge can say to Steven and John, who have perjured themselves, I am no longer going to accept testimony from you that cannot be corroborated. It's one of the problems with going into federal court for Steven is now they're in federal court, which means they use the federal rules of evidence. Steven said that this founder licensing agreement was signed by all outstanding shareholders. Jason Karamanis was a shareholder. Steven had sent the documents to the Yaya Legacy Trust's lawyers, including a capitalization table that he, LOL, I'm so random, I just made it up today because we didn't have one. Well, you can't turn around and submit a document to somebody acknowledging them as a shareholder, and then 3 months before you sign the master service agreement, do this backhanded founder's IP thing. So that right there, he's perjured himself, and John also perjured himself. Now, John might be able to get away with saying, I didn't perjure myself, I was going based on what my husband told me. But Steven can't say, I didn't know Jason Karamanis was a shareholder. He sent the fucking email. So that's where this all is. Every time Steven Sharif writes one of these like 15 paragraph Discord messages, I just assume he's lying because I now have the definitive. We don't have any investors. You took a loan from an investor before you ever ran the Kickstarter. We have 115 people working on Ashes of Creation. No, you don't. You have 26 people working on Ashes of Creation, 55 at Streamline Media in Malaysia, and 26 people at Stormancer. That's why I asked him specifically during my interview, how many butts in seats does Intrepid have? Every time Steven said, we have this many employees, then why did you say you have this many employees, and then your payroll protection plans didn't match? I could understand if, like, you say, oh, well, we onboarded 5 people. Well, why were you onboarding people if you were then having to take payroll protection plans? Shouldn't you have waited till you got the triple P loan before you onboarded more people? So yeah, if Steven's mouth is moving, it's a statistical probability that he's either lying or telling a half truth. And remember, when people tell half truths, they're still lying, because if it's only half true, it's half lie. Do I think he writes these long ass posts as Gish Gallop? I don't actually think he writes the long ass posts for Gish Gallop. I think Steven is very quickly under siege because more and more people are turning on him. And unfortunately, although we should not have things in a binary setup, according to certain people, every instance we have where Steven loses a person, it means the opposition gains a person. Also, Steven needs to keep saying stuff because people like me and Theory Forge and Zybeck and Nafis, we're all telling the truth. And if Steven can't put out messaging, he can't control the narrative. And only people who are lying want to control the narrative. People who aren't lying don't care about controlling it. Go do research. Yeah, that's his marketing, but Ashes of Creation doesn't do any marketing. Okay. At the outset of this tragedy, the defendants moved quickly to paint me as the villain in an orchestrated attempt to control the public narrative and further their scheme to take control of Intrepid's valuable assets and my rightful intellectual property. They're false and defamatory statements. That right there, Steven, you're a fucking dumbass because you just opened yourself up to litigation. They're false and defamatory statements. You better be able to prove those statements are between and you better be able to prove they're defamatory. For example, you have between 10 million and $64 million in your ledger misaccounted for, right? I can make that statement because I have 64 million chances to find one misaccounted for piece of money. Please tie in how Magic the Gathering cards are research for an online MMORPG. Please let me know how your Warhammer figures being painted reflects back to MMORPG. Let me know how the 4 payments to Gore Oil reflect back on the MMORPG. 1 second. All right, I gotta watch all these chords. So Steven has just opened himself up to more litigation with his statement of they're false and defamatory statements. Well, in order to be defamatory, it has to be false because the truth is an ultimate defense in libel and slander cases. Their false and defamatory statements, along with their lawsuit filed against me in Nevada, has since been dismissed. Well, their false and defamatory statements haven't been dismissed. The problem is, Steven, you keep waving that Nevada court dismissal as some sort of absolute victory for you. The problem is that was a joint dismissal. They agreed to dismiss the case without prejudice because you filed in federal court. They're winning what they want in federal court. You're losing, but you're taking every little thing that you win as this big victory. Yesterday, the court spoke once again, and as the light of justice continues to shine on their conduct, the defendants continue to retreat until the damage they caused is answered for fully. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, without prejudice means they could open up another suit tomorrow. Absolutely. The same suit, yeah. The problem is, yesterday the court spoke once again as the light of justice continues to shine on their conduct. Dude, nothing in the court's ruling is in your favor. Everything is status quo. A lot of the things that were being talked about were filed improperly because you filed hundreds and hundreds of pages. For over a decade, I, along with hundreds of other developers, devoted our lives to fulfilling the promise given to our community to deliver a PvX sandbox MMORPG worthy of the name Ashes of Creation. I am fighting out to fulfill that promise and protect those years of dedication. Years of dedication? Bullshit, dude. Your own fucking employees have ratted you out and said sometimes you show up, sometimes you don't. They're left without direction for weeks at a time, and you don't know how to be a project manager. You focused on the grift. His own senior people said you're focusing on the grift because you're presenting something for the live stream, and then before allowing the developers to dedicate the time to button up that system, you're immediately pulling them to focus on the next thing. It is his name. Ashes of Creation is Steven's name. In that regard, that is his. But does Steven sending more messages not cause more attention to all the YouTubers? The problem is, yes, it draws attention. The code isn't. Yes, the code is his. Maybe. The problem is the code isn't the IP. The code is the mechanics. The Talnar, all the races, the World of Vera, the Harbingers, all of that is his IP. That's his intellectual property. Did he basically embezzle? His actions are worthy of a judgment by a jury of his peers. Steven sending messages cause more attention to all the YouTubers. And unfortunately for Steven's never been a parent, so he doesn't get this one. And apparently his mom must have done a terrible job raising him because this is his morality. Children that are misbehaving become very quiet. Putting a lot of attention on it is bad for Steven because people are going to keep digging into stuff. It's not going to end the way he thinks it's going to end. I don't have my memes file installed yet, but if you think this has a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention. Do we think there's a small possibility of years down the road when the court proceedings are all over that someone will pick up where they left off? Or do I think it's in the trash bin? Here's the problem. It's in the trash bin. It's in the trash bin. I am not being mean. I am not being condescending. I am not shitting on the hard work that the workers did, because the workers did amazing work, but it was fumblefuck mismanaged by a guy who has an ego larger than mine, and that takes fucking talent. Even if let's say tomorrow, let's say tomorrow the court case was all resolved, and I'm gonna go with the logical Robert Dawson, TFE Games ends up with the IP, because Steven ending up with the IP, Steven is either gonna end up with the IP and be saddled with $100+ million in debt, or Robert Dawson is gonna end up with the IP and owe Steven some paltry amount of money. Right now, you're going to need a year or more to just unfuck the code. Number two, you're not going to be able to get the SMEs, the subject matter experts. If they've gotten other jobs, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Those key people that you need to unfuck the code, they're not coming back to work on this project. We've tracked certain people that worked at Intrepid. They've taken working on Ashes of Creation off their resumes because they can't find jobs. Not with this Not with this turd on the top of their resume. There's no chance Ashes of Creation gets made. Later on in the show, after I get through all the legal stuff, if I've got time, I'll talk about where honestly you could go with the product. But the truth is, Steven claims all this is like trade secrets. Bitch, you didn't design anything organically unique. Well, the node system. The node system is just your way to do centers of civilization. In fact, I called them centers of civilization many times over the years I covered Ashes, because that's all they really were. They were just centers of civilization. It's not like the node system was Star Spangled uniquely different. Other games, even single player games, have had similar features. Shit, mobile phone games have similar features. You upgrade your command center to level 2, new buildings become available. I think an actual dedicated project manager could have made the game with half the budget. They had an amazing fucking producer on the project. They had Jonathan Lean, Babbletron from Blade and Soul. He joined their team years ago. It's fucking, what Steven did is fucking borderline criminal. Settings. I do apologize. Sometimes during the show, I'm going to have to make little tiny changes. Big yellow sign. It's my first stream on a new box. So, let's see. Yesterday, another hearing was held in my federal lawsuit against the Board of Defendants. It's not your federal lawsuit anymore, jackass. It's a federal lawsuit. It's not yours. You opened a federal lawsuit. The piece you're not connecting, you're making this big deal about the dismissal, right? And what annoys me is you say dismissal right here, and then you say my federal lawsuit. Well, why the fuck are you lying to the people? All they did was take their lawsuit in Nevada, dismiss it, and then counterclaim against you in federal court. So it's not your federal lawsuit. It's a federal lawsuit. You're both in it now. Yesterday, another hearing was held in my federal lawsuit against the board defendants. At that hearing, I requested the court to appoint a neutral receiver to marshal, preserve, and safeguard Intrepid's intellectual property, to oversee and monitor any future foreclosure attempts, and to report to the court on the propriety of any attempted sale. Yesterday, the judge granted that request, an extraordinary form of relief that the court found was warranted given the defendant's previous improper actions and violation of the California Commercial Code in 3 separate ways. The defendants reportedly unwound their unlawful foreclosure only after I dragged them into federal court. I had a great Disney trip, and then my streaming box exploded. So I'm poor right now, but that's okay. I love this. I love doing this. Further, the court agreed with my request to appoint a special master, receiver, banker, attorney, or magistrate judge to inspect the propriety of the purported secured debt that the defendant claimed Intrepid owes. The parties have to try to come to an agreement on who that person will be by August 25th. If we cannot, the court will make its own appointments. Okay, so in this regard, I will say Steven is a little bit correct. He's a little bit correct where, first of all, he uses colorful language like an extraordinary form of relief. No, it's not. Appointing a receiver is very, very common. But they agreed with it, but I've seen some of the debt paperwork. Like, I haven't seen all of Robert Dawson's. I've seen some of Robert Dawson's. I've seen some of Jason Karamanis's. The problem is everything I saw of Jason Karamanis's paperwork is secured. Is secured debt. If it wasn't secured debt, then why did you execute a debt to equity transfer back in 2019 when Jason requested it. So Steven knows full well he doesn't own 100% of the company. I've seen Rob Dawson. He owns... It's so fucking hard to keep track of how much Rob Dawson owns. Rob Dawson owns at least 18% of Intrepid. Undisputed 18%. Jason Karamanis owns 39.7%. 39 plus 18 gets us over 50. Steven is never going to get controlling interest of his company back. Period. Dot. Now, some of the shit that Rob Dawson did is wrong. And if Rob Dawson doesn't like the fact that he's worth $500 million and I'm worth less significantly than that, and I'm telling him he's wrong, he seems like a big boy. He seems like the kind of guy that can accept, no, dude, you're fucking wrong. What you did was wrong. The way you did all this was incorrect. Does Steven own the rest? No, Steven doesn't own the rest. It's just, we know for a fact Steven doesn't have controlling interest in his company anymore. The problem is, if you don't have controlling interest, the rest of the debt is irrelevant. That's the direction Rob Dawson did. Karthos and I were discussing this, and what we believe happened was Rob Dawson set a trap for Steven, and he walked right into it, disputing the secured debt. See, this litigation was going to take over a year and a half. This litigation wasn't even going to go until we weren't going to go with this until November of 2027. But now by Steven walking into the trap and saying, we want to, what was it that Steven said? In our briefing to the court, we presented evidence that this debt was falsely and unlawfully placed on Intrepid by Dawson and his goons, slander and defamation, with the express intent to further his self-interested right to conduct a foreclosure. The very same foreclosure that resulted in the destruction of Intrepid Studios and summary dismissal of all of Intrepid's workforce without pay or benefits that those families paid into. An absolutely horrendous and unconscionable act that is still impacting those families today. The board defendants submitted nearly 700 pages of documents to support their claims that this secured debt is real. Yet after all that paper, the court found yesterday that the question of secured debt remains. Right, because they need to have a hearing on the secured debt, and you just gave them that hearing. Now, this is the first time that Steven actually, oh, I'm sorry. I have scrolled down and I did not give you guys the next piece. This right here. First of all, the foreclosure didn't destroy Intrepid Studios. Part of it did. Where Robert Dawson, Aaron Bartels, and all them fucked up was not properly giving the warn notice, because they're going to get hemmed on that to the tune of about $12 million. They're going to get hemmed on that. You unfortunately made a public post in Slack, I think it's Slack, where you said you just got off the phone with an Article 9 foreclosure attorney. That right there, it meets the threshold of issuing a warn notice. There's no dispute there. There's no debate. If you're talking to an attorney about doing an Article 9 foreclosure, you have satisfied the requirements to do to give the war notice. Now, unfortunately, what some of the employees misunderstand is that the employees thought that they were supposed to all get a lump sum check for 60 days of pay. That's not how that works. They have to give you 60 days of pay, but not all up front. What they have to do is guarantee 60 days of income. You don't get a 60-day severance check. They have to warn you that after a period of 60 days, your job may not be around anymore. So some people, like rats on a sinking ship, would bail, go to Blizzard, go to, I guess, Blizzard, because I guess that's the only shit there is to be had in that area. Right, they still need to work to get that money. But what you can't do when you're a company over 50 people is fuck off and not pay them. What's really a bad look is Aaron Bartels, his statement of fuck those bottom feeding people that didn't do well, we're not giving them anything, and then saying we're not going to pay PTO. Unfortunately, some of these people have gotten away for years and years and years with shit, and they think that's legitimate. PTO is paid time off. It is different than having unlimited PTO. It's different than having sick time. If your company allows you to take sick time, a separate pool that everybody gets a flat amount every year, that's not accrued. It can be. It gets dicey if you allow them to roll one into the other. I don't want to go down that big of a rabbit hole. But if I have 24 hours of PTO banked and you fire me, you have to pay me for the 24 hours. They may be required to work. Most companies pay it out and release the employees. Right, exactly. The company has the right to reject your labor and just give you the 60 days. Are they being sued, or is this just fine? There's so many lawsuits going on right now. They are being sued. The employees have a class action lawsuit going on. But their lawsuit isn't going anywhere because who's ever running that class action lawsuit is dragging their feet. Like, we can't get people served. They got to be in fucking court. Go to court. Serve them in court. A courtroom is a great place to serve them. In addition, the court granted our request for a receiver, and after our lawsuit forced the board defendants to reverse their unlawful foreclosure. Stop with your fucking lying bullshit. Stop the fucking bullshit. Your lawsuit did not force the board defendants to reverse their unlawful foreclosure. You lying fucking sack. Find me a court order from Judge Linda Lopez that directs Robert Dawson et al. To reverse the Article 9 foreclosure. You won't find it because it doesn't exist. They reversed it because they realized they fucked up. And in order, it was either put $6 million more on the line so Steven could get his house, or reverse it. Commerce West Bank doesn't want to foreclose. They want $6 million in cash. The defendants hired separate counsel for Intrepid Studios in an attempt to force turnover of founder-owned assets such as the Discord, Reddit, YouTube, and X accounts. Well, first of all, that's the Discord. What I'm going to say is the attorneys for Robert Dawson don't know gaming enough. I offered them the answer via an email to Jason. The moment that the Discord integrated your account information, it was no longer a founder-owned asset. The California law is explicitly clear. If you integrate a personal asset into the company and it becomes a fundamental part of the company, then it's not a founder-owned asset anymore. It is if you're not a corporation. But since they're a corporation, you elected to do that. Besides, Steven's whole argument was, well, I own the account that owns it. Nobody's asking for your account. They're asking for you to transfer the account. The Reddit, congratulations, son. You got to keep the Reddit. The YouTube, The YouTube has the ability to generate revenue. What did I say years ago? And Steven's a fucking tool and doesn't listen. You should have monetized your Twitch and monetized your YouTube. Why? Because if it, let's say they each generate $100,000 a year, that's 200 grand. That's 2 developers. Just because you didn't want to click the monetization and the X account, who fucking cares? Who cares? The request for founder-owned assets was denied. The board hired attorney for Intrepid also attempted to compel turnover of the Ashes of Creation domain, but the judge denied this request also, noting that their motion failed to establish that Intrepid had a right to the domain. Right, Steven, the judge, you didn't win shit. You didn't win. The other side dropped the ball. You don't own the trademark Ashes of Creation. You thought you were clever and you registered the trademark under Ashes of Creation or Intrepid Studios Incorporated. Intrepid Studios Incorporated owns the trademark, not you. I think most of the time. Oh yeah, so. Further, the board defendants attempted to acquire access and turn over the gaming codebase, including those systems with which the codebase is stored, directly to the board and Intrepid. Again, that specific request was not granted. I instead asked the judge to turn over those assets to a court-appointed neutral custodian for safekeeping until further order of the court, which is what the court agreed to. Which is what the court should agree to. Steven, you're claiming these are wins. This is the court doing what the court should do. As such, I speak. Okay, so this is this is where Steven's gonna get himself into some trouble. This first one. As such, I speak now to the investors and publishers in the industry who may be engaged in discussions with board defendants. You are on notice by order of the Honorable Judge Linda Lopez. All assets requested by Intrepid except the domain and social media sites identified shall be turned over to the IP custodian until further order of the court. This turnover is required within 72 hours. Okay. Based on the court's ruling, there is still serious question about ownership of rights of various assets related to Ashes of Creation. I suggest if you have first-hand knowledge of any private server, unauthorized copy, transfer, or third-party access involving those assets, preserve your own relevant records and do not transmit source code, credential, or confidential material. You may reach out to me on Discord with questions as it relates to this if you have knowledge of the potential misuse or misappropriation of those assets. Fuck you, Steven. I'm not reaching out to you for anything, and I know where your code is. So fuck off. I'm not reaching out to you for anything. By the way, you can threaten to subpoena me. You can threaten to fucking do anything. You're going to need to get the Federal District Court of Southern Illinois to subpoena me because I'm more than 100 miles away from your court and I'm not subject to the jurisdiction of the Ninth Court of California. Fuck off. Sorry. I'm not reaching out to you because you spit in my face again. I am also aware that the board defendants have been hard at work in spreading false and defamatory narrative about me and my team, not just to the public through their affiliated content creators, but have also been doing so privately within the industry and investment circles in an effort to sell or monetize those assets. Do not mistake private access, a sales presentation, or representation from a Dawson affiliate entity for a clean title or unrestricted authority to sell, license, foreclose upon, or otherwise monetize the disputed assets. Those assets are the subject of active federal litigation. The requested technical assets are being placed in neutral custodian. Conduct your due diligence accordingly. Yeah, they're moving forward with the sale per the court. I mean, the judge has already told them they can move forward with it. First of all, Steven is walking very dangerously close to bringing me into his bullshit because they're affiliated content creators. First of all, grow a nutsack, son. You went to some military school for your high school. Did they not teach you how to have a straight spine and a ball sack? They're affiliated content creators. Why are you getting chicken shit now, man? You've already made slanderous and libelous statements in your message. Why not call out who those people are? Because everything that I say, I'll show you the damn receipts. Where have I ever spread a false or defamatory narrative about Steven or his team? Fuck you, son. You're getting really dangerously close to a fucking honey badger, because I don't give a shit. Because I'll chase your ass around the whole fucking country. I'll file against you in Virginia, California, Nevada. I don't give a fuck where you go. Because you can't say we're defaming you by being a little bitch and hiding behind the term affiliated content creators. By the way, well, hold on. I'll get to that point in a second. I also speak to any third-party developer, outsourcing company, technology provider, or contractor that has been given access to the code base. The code base and related assets are now subject to court-ordered neutral custodian. Preserve every access log, copy, communication, instruction, credential, and transferred record in your possession. Do not expand, copy, distribute, use that material without confirming your actions are authorized through the court-supervised process. All rights are expressly reserved. Dude, you cannot reserve any rights on behalf of anything because you're not a majority shareholder. Second, where the code is, it's at a Russian mobile game studio. They don't give a fuck about you. It was your own, the people you say loved you and you represented, one of those disgruntled individuals may or may not have sold that code to pay the bills that you as CEO saddled this person with. I want to take a moment to speak personally to those who have read this far, because I know that this is not what you signed up for. You wanted to play a fucking MMO, so did I. And instead, we must deal with this shit. My heart breaks for the people who worked at Intrepid and their families. It also breaks for the players who invested years of hope, trust, encouragement, and money into Ashes of Creation. And it breaks every time someone writes to tell me they're still waiting and still believe this project deserves a future. It does. No, it does not. This project does not deserve a future if Steven Sharif's name is attached to it. Because all the roses, all the potpourri in the world can't get the smell of his shit off of this project. This is like one of those situations where, you know, your kid vomits in a bowl and then your spouse washes the bowl and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Where's that bowl going? Well, I washed it. I'm putting it in the cabinet. I don't know about you, but if my kid vomits in a bowl, the bowl gets thrown out. I can't maybe it's my tism, my lord, but I can't handle the idea the kid threw up in the bowl and we're gonna wash that bowl. I'd rather throw the fucking bowl out. I'll buy a new bowl. My heart breaks for the people who worked in Intrepid. Oh yeah, we're in this line right here. Where's the content creator message that we're owed millions of dollars? Why the fuck is it in all of Steven's filings he never says before the IP can be moved out of Intrepid Studios, the content creators have to be paid because we're literally owed millions of dollars. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you. I have a document in my possession from 2020 that shows me approximately how much I'm owed. But because it was material given to me by Intrepid Studios, I can't show it because my NDA remains in place. But why are you not? Yeah, with the private chef and all the other things he used the company for, he was more of a drain on the company than the money he put in. What money he put in? He didn't put any money in. We can't find a single dollar he put in. He didn't document it properly. I will be honest, staying strong through this travesty has been difficult. Oh, fuck off, son. Fuck off. How does he have shares then? I'll explain that in 1 second for you. Fuck off, son. It hasn't been difficult for you. All you do is sit your stupid ass on fucking Steam and play Dota all day. You bought a fucking house within 12 minutes DoorDash of a Popeyes. Yes, we know where he lives. But I would not be able to continue with the same conviction and resolve without the support of this community. So thank you for keeping me going. Thank you for keeping me going. I will continue updating you when substantive documents occur or developments occur, as long as they're in my favor. because he went months without posting anything because he was getting his shit pushed in. Those updates may come weeks or months apart because the timing depends on the court's docket and the progress of the case. But I will not relent. Stay safe and know that your support is deeply appreciated. And then you've got about 6,000 people out of 140,000 reacted to the message. Can I not send a message to the custodian to get your NDA lifted? No. The only person who can lift my my NDA is Intrepid Studios, the entity. Some people believe that their NDA ceased to be in power when the company shut down. Unfortunately, as I try to tell my peers, your NDA remains in place until such time as it expires or you are relieved of it. Some people don't get that, and I'm like, dude, I have an NDA from a game that was in development, and they decided to abandon development of it, and my NDA remains in place. And they have said it was a 99-year NDA, and they have basically said we are not going to release anybody from their NDA. Now, unfortunately, I'm about to bleach your eyeballs because I don't have everything set up in dark mode yet, and I apologize for that. But here is my very specific written response to that bullshit Steven just put out. It's funny that Steven Sharif posted. I want to take a moment to speak personally to those of you who have read this far, because truly I know that this is not what you signed up for. You wanted to play a fucking MMO, so did I, and instead we must deal with this shit. Yes, I wanted to play an MMO. That is what I funded. I did not fund your $300,000 plus in DoorDash. Your Magic the Gathering cards, that was research. Your Warhammer army painting. Your payments to yourself when you claimed you were taking no salary. Your payments to yourself as a contractor. Please explain how you can be an independent contractor to the company you are the CEO for. Your alleged gambling. You can work out the details of that statement with Jason. Your inability to not sell off your company and then claim it was unfair. You had a bunch of people who had decades of experience in marketing, project management, video game content creation programs who wanted to help you. Why did you not invite those people in? Because you knew those people wouldn't let your antics slide. Instead, you lied to people with your quote billion-dollar empire and our Fortnite. By the way, we're in your filings for the content creators who are owed millions of dollars in referral money. Where's your big push for the employees? This is about you. This is about Steven Sharif. This is about him, right? This is about him and him getting some validation. Now, somebody asked, how does Steven Sharif have shares of stock in a company he didn't put any money in? Well, they put $200 in. For those of you that aren't familiar with how that works, as always, we're going to put our big corporate veil in the middle between us. And so now you have me as the person, and I apologize that this is gray. I'm having a hard time getting it to let me grab white. Why the fuck am I falling off the screen, man? Get over there. Okay, so here's me as a person. Here's PGN. I put $10 into the company legally through the corporate veil. So the company got $10. And the company then issued me 10,000 shares of stock legally through the veil. Now, I own all 10,000 shares of Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I can sell those for whatever I want. Those are mine. I bought them for $10. You can buy out all the shares of stock of the corporation that you form for any amount. Yeah, that looks like it's a stock investment. It's not quite a stock investment. It's called initial capitalization. In my state, you have to file it as initial capitalization, but it's how you basically get the first. I'll appreciate that. somebody subsidized me with 1,000 kicks so I can get the PC, subsidizing the PC. The PC will need some tender loving care. The problem is when you take the money out of the company, you can't put money back into the company without paying the due diligence taxes on it. So what some people do, which is legal, is you take enough shares, you issue 10, I'll do 100 shares because it's easier. You issue 100 shares and you leave 49 inside the company and you take 51. That way you have controlling interest and you can sell off 49% of your company. Steven and John were not smart enough to do this properly. Steven and John are also not smart enough to do little things. So let's talk about the hilarity of the first part, which is almost like you can't make this shit up. Withers Bergham LLP versus Stephen Sharif and John Moore. The plaintiffs, by and through its undersigned counsel for its complaint and against defendants Sharif and Moore, allege the following. This is an action to recover unpaid legal fees and costs to Withers by the defendants, its former clients arising from the representation of the defendants. Between February and June, with their knowledge and approval, Withers rendered extensive legal services to the defendants in connection with a multi-front litigation and dispute resolution portfolio arising out of matters involving Intrepid Studios, Inc. We billed for $1.8 million across 10 invoices. After application of defendants' payments of their initial retainer, defendants owe the remaining balance of $1.67 million with $1.66 million in unpaid fees and $1,200 in unpaid costs. Despite the repeated demands and defendants' empty promises to pay, defendants have failed and refused to pay the outstanding balance. Withers brings this action to recover that amount together with the contractual interest at 9% per annum or such lesser rate as may be required by applicable local or applicable law, cost, and other such factors as the court deems just and proper. The court has subject matter jurisdiction over this action because there is a complete diversity of citizenship between plaintiff and defendants, and the amount in controversy exceeds $75,000. We are a limited liability partnership. The purpose of diversity of citizenship, its citizenship is that each of its partners, no Withers partner is a citizen of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Defendants Sharif and Moore are citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia. They are domiciled and reside in the city of Waynesboro, Virginia. The court has personal jurisdiction over defendants because they reside in or domiciled in this district, because they have substantial part of their obligations giving rise to this action. Venue is proper, 28 USC 1391B1, because both the defendants reside in the judicial district. Venue is proper under local rule 2 because defendants reside in the city of Waynesboro. Stephen Sharif is a natural person who resides at 995, well, whatever. That's an illegal document, Stephen. You can get bent out of shape. It's not my fault that they filed an unredacted. At all relevant times, Sharif and Moore were spouses and jointly engaged with Withers. Withers and defendants entered into a written agreement pursuant to which defendants jointly engaged. They accepted the terms, under the terms. Oh, this is all the legal shit. From February 2026 through June 2026, they performed extensive legal services. Preparation, filing, litigation of a direct and derivative action in Southern District, California. The supervision of a Nevada state court proceeding, representation in California Department of Internal Relations investigation. This is actually, very interesting. We need to look into this. We need to look into that one more. Extensive motion practice, including temporary restraining order. They provided all these services. Here's all the exhibits. Each invoice was delivered. At no time did the defendants raise any questions. Defendants have made payments totaling $824,000. Breach of contract. You didn't pay your fucking bills. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation. This is just standard. This is just a standard bullshit. Prayer for relief. On count one, awarding compensatory damages in the amount of not less than 1.67 million and at 9%, but they understand that Virginia law may not allow 9%. Count two, a money judgment for the agreed and stated balance of not less than that. In the alternative, counts 1 and 4, awarding Withers the reasonable value of its services of not less than 1.67 million, and awarding Withers its cost of suit and granting such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper. So here's all the here's all the shit we've done for you. Right. And you didn't pay it. See? And they blocked this out because this is work product that they don't want the other side to know about yet. So $1,380 an hour. That's okay. $1,380 an hour. These are some big dick baller lawyers. Upwards of, you know, $1,665 an hour. Yeah, these are some big dick lawyers. And as you can see, they block out all of their work product in the filing, which is, I'm gonna give this legal team kudos. They blocked out all of their, they don't, okay, how can I say this? They have an obligation to do it because of attorney-client privilege, but they did this exceptionally well. They block out the work product, but not the address. That's because they don't have a legal obligation to black out the address. They do have an obligation, attorney-client privilege, to block out the work product. So let's take a look at this situation. Let's take a look at this situation a little bit, right off the top cut. Yeah, he has a big, Steven is a fake millionaire. His older brother said that. His older brother, he's like, I'm 10 years Steven Sr., and my relationship with my little brother has been giving him money. We have lots of problems. We have lots and lots and lots of problems. Number one, you didn't pay your fucking bills. Okay? That's a really bad look. Why couldn't Steven be a normal person? We wouldn't be here. You know what's funny about that? If Steven had just been a normal fucking person, we absolutely would not be here right now. Not in the slightest. Okay? Steven had, I'm gonna be egotistical for just a second. Okay? I'm retired. I retired 10 years ago. Like 9 years ago. I retired 9 years ago. I'm sorry. I keep my retirement. How do you know about this stuff? Where you are a lawyer? I am not. I was a pre-law student. I've owned my own businesses my whole life. So you can study the law without going to law school. But I was pre-law years ago, and then I've owned my own businesses, and I was involved in a lot of fucking shit when I was in the military. I was supposed to be a logistics officer, and I ended up being a money officer. The problem here is what Steven has done is open himself up to more and more and more and more and more lawsuits. Yeah, my absolute favorite business was being a landlord. I loved that shit. That's why I sold all my shit. If Karthos was here, he'd tell you about his fucking fun and festivities with his being a landlord. How much further is Intrepid in the hole due to not being able to pay bills while the legal bullshit is corrected? That's a good question. But that's a good question. Several of us have lawyer friends, and we talk about this. Steven had the ability to tap a number of people with a lot of strengths. He didn't do it. I'm not saying, I am absolutely not saying Steven set out to embezzle from his own company. I'm not saying that. I'm going to give you a really great example. Right now, money is tight because I've done 4 vacations. For those of you that haven't been around for a couple of months, my health is not good. I have non-diabetic idiopathic small cluster neuropathy in my hands and my feet. My hands are okay. My feet, because of other injuries I've had, they told me at the beginning of this year, you might lose your feet. I said, well, fuck that. We're going to do everything in our power to keep the feeties on me. Although feet go in socks and socks go in shoes. So I did 4 Disney vacations this year. One for my daughter's 13th birthday. One with the whole family. One just in June. And then we just did Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween last week. And then I'm going to Universal in October. As I've said all the time, I don't pay for my computers and shit with your money. The Suiza sending me 1,000 kick coins or whatever they are, that will go into money that I don't have to give to my company, but it won't come out of my company to me. But my wife had said, well, if your company has money, why don't you buy a computer with your company money? Because she doesn't know. My wife has never been involved in the businesses. I said, because that's not what the money is for. I said, I legally could. I could buy a streaming box with PGN's money, but then I couldn't use it personally. Because then that would mean I'd have a box in here that only turns on when I'm making a video or I'm streaming. Steven, I don't know what his deal is, right? I don't know why he was taking money out of his company. But the truth is, if he had not been a fucking jagbag, and like, he can't even get mad that I call him a jagbag. He can fucking try to sue me for defamation, and I'll just be like, hey, fucking $330,000 of DoorDash. That's it. He doesn't understand that people can mock him. All they need is just one instance of him embezzling money. What do I think the best way out for the game is? There is none. And this is where people have to come to a realization. Intrepid continues to slide down the hole of debt because let me back that statement up. For a period of time, Intrepid was sliding into more debt because they didn't have all the usernames and passwords they needed to discontinue all services. I don't know if that's still the case. It very well may be. But there is no hope or light for this. I'll do this section now and then I'll double back to these other lawsuits. We need to have an honest conversation, and I need people to recognize their own biases are getting in the way of reality. And I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm not trying to be a condescending prick for a change, and I'm not trying to say I'm right and you're wrong. But every time we talk about Ashes, somebody inevitably comes into the channel and they say Ashes of Creation in its unfinished state was better than many games that are on the market. And to that statement, I would say Ashes of Creation in its development state was better than some games that launched. Bless Online, Elyon. I'll put Ashes above Bless Online and Elyon. But what I won't do, right? I won't put Ashes of Creation above ArcAge. I won't put it above Revelation Online. I won't put it above Black Desert. I won't put it above WoW. I won't put it above Final Fantasy. And if anybody turns around and says Ashes of Creation in its current state was better than every other MMO on the market, well then I wouldn't put it above New World. The problem is, if you set the bar so low, right? if the developer only has to hit this, and you start claiming it as game of the year, game of all time, greatest of all time, what you're doing is you're telling the developer, you want my money, you only have to get here. But Final Fantasy 14, BDO, New World, right? Blade and Soul, these games are all up here. So you're telling the developer they just have to hit this line and it's going to be the greatest ever. I'm sorry. The last guy that came in here and had that, the thing I said, you're saying it was better, but we know for a fact the server code was dog shit. So how can you give the combat an A+ if the net code was bullshit? And then he said, well, that's not a combat problem, that's a net code problem. You're right, it is. But it's kind of like this. You could take the absolute best pictures in the world for your group project and put those photos into a PowerPoint. But if then they display the PowerPoint at 480 resolution, it's going to make the great looking photos look like dog shit. When you fix the resolution, that doesn't automatically mean the pictures get better. If you took shitty pictures, people are like, the combat is great. There was nothing great about Ashes of Creation's combat. I'll be the first to admit it was better than Final Fantasy 14's. No, that's not an alpha problem, actually. Let me stop you there. That's not an alpha problem. Here, I'll tell you why that's not an alpha problem. Because if you read this book in Game Design and Development 101, what this book and what the professor is going to tell you, by all strict definitions of all universally accepted definitions of alpha, Ashes of Creation was never in alpha. Ashes of Creation was never ever in alpha. It was in a marketing alpha. Ashes of Creation was at the very best in friends and family testing. Except Steven had monetized it so much, he had to put it out there. They didn't have all the pieces in place to be in alpha testing. And here's what I mean by that. And a lot of people are like, well, Jay, you have this box, leads to this circle, leads to this triangle. And these three interconnected systems need to be tested. Now, if you've gone ahead and shunted the circle because things aren't working correctly, what you have for data is Gigo. If it's so bad, why are Steven and Rob spending $4 million in 6 months over who owns the code? Because if Rob Dawson gets it, Rob Dawson is a multimillionaire worth $500 million. If he has ownership of it, he can do a lot of things to recover money. He can sell off the assets, the art assets. He could put those on the Fab store, sell them to Unreal, right? If he owns it, then he can write off the debt. Steven is spending $4 million, and he doesn't have a fucking clue why he's doing it, because he will never, ever, 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 ever get a team of people to work for him. But it's back to this. If this is what you've done, if there's supposed to be a square to circle to triangle process, and you've put the shunt in that takes the square output and turns it into the triangle input, this is Gigo. This is garbage in, garbage out. Because you have no idea if this process is working. Period. And I saw this, and this is what I did in the military all the time, is CPI. I walk in as the fresh set of eyes to a project that's fumble fucked. And they start telling me things like, well, this is how this works. No, that's not how it works. That's not how you have it mapped. Well, the way we've been testing it. And people would get mad because I would say, well, I don't give a shit how you've been testing it. I want to practice how we play. And as I've told people on this, a really great example of this was we rebuilt an air terminal. And what we did is we put a door here and a wall here, and they had enough space, I want to say, for 54 passengers. And so you could shoehorn 54 people into this area. And then I got called on scene because there were problems. There was a money overrun. There was a time overrun. And they just were trying to get this done. And I said, hold on a second. We have a problem. And they said, what's the problem? I said, we have not enough space between the check-in counter and the door to put everybody in here. Without even validating the number, the first knee-jerk reaction is we'll put an awning there. I said, you know what? Apparently you need to see this visually. What I want you to do is I want you to take all these people that we have standing here right now. We're going to send them over to the LRS. They're all going to pull just 2 bags. They're going to pull, we usually carry 6 bags, but those can get palletized without it. But I just want to show you what it's going to look like if they carry their personal bag. Well, by the time it was done, we had people all the way out the door, because remember, one person takes up 1 tile in the military. You put your feet in one square foot box. Well, your bag takes up the tile behind you. Well, it's not until you see it that you can get data. Now, how can you sell it if it's as bad as you say? Okay, I'm going to help you with something. You're not having a genuine conversation. You're trying to play stump a chump. How can you sell it if it's as bad as you say? The same way I just did. They could take the art assets, which aren't bad, and sell them on the Fab Store, which you would have probably known as the Epic Games Store or the Unreal Engine asset store. There's nothing wrong with the animation. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with the art assets. They can sell those. They can make a little bit of money back from those. If dynamic gridding is in a point where a small team of people can make it viable, they could try to sell that. But Unreal Engine and Epic Games have already said, we're putting that shit natively into Unreal Engine 6. It's technically already in 5. It's just dog water. And he can't write off bad debt regardless. Intrepid supposedly can't pay the debt. Yes, let me stop you. Okay, he can write off. He can't write off the bad debt because he turned the debt into equity. You can't turn debt into equity and then write it off. The equity means you own something. He needs to have ownership of it, because then all of that debt becomes his. Then he can write it off, or he can transfer it to a new studio and try to develop it. I don't think he can sell the code, right? I don't think he can sell the code because according to people that worked at Intrepid, not one single system is done. Not one single system is buttoned up in ship-ready form. Every single part of that game has tech debt. The problem with that is it might have had a year of tech debt with the team you had, and now it has 2.5 years of tech debt with a new team, because a new team has to come in and spend months looking at all the documentation and saying, this is how this works. I also want to remind you, these people went to work on Friday and then they were fired Saturday morning. A lot of that shit doesn't have good detailed documentation, because generally you finish something, then you document it. So what you're literally saying is you have code, right? That's what I say. He can't write off the bad debt. No. If you give a loan to a friend or a company and it isn't related, that's a write-off. No, I'm sorry, that's not how that works. I'm gonna stop you. You don't have a deep enough understanding of money. I can't write off debt. I have to sue you. Like, I don't know where you're getting the idea that you can just write off all debt. Remember, Rob Dawson as a person is an investor. Rob Dawson as a shareholder is a shareholder. Rob Dawson as chairman of the board is chairman of the board. And legally, those are 3 different entities. Those are 3 different people. Like, yes, they all roll up under his tax forms, but what you do as a business owner and what you do as a private, shareholder and then what you do as the company person, those are three different things. Also, as I told you, some of Dawson's and some of Karamanos's debt was turned into equity. Debt no longer exists then. If you give me $1 million and I owe you $1 million back, and then I say, hey, look, I don't have the $1 million to give you. I'll give you a share of PGN stock, and you accept that, your $1 million is gone. You're incorrect. Look it up, right? Guarantee you are wrong. If debt isn't paid, you can write it off. Okay, I'm going to stop you. I am not going to listen to a person who fumble fucks through sentences. I am not incorrect because it's not debt if it's converted to equity. He still needs his money back. He just has stock shares. If debt isn't paid, you can write it off after defaulting and demonstrating the entity isn't repaying it and cannot. Isn't that what the fuck did I say? You have to sue the person. The problem is you have a very minuscule amount of understanding of this situation, and you're applying a 5-inch brush. You're trying to paint your story on a palette this big with a 5-inch brush. You literally said, I'm incorrect. And you then said, if the debt isn't paid, what you and Nafis and others said the company was 100 million debt. I watched your videos. Okay. I did say that. So Steven was right. The company does. Okay. Stop. This is why I know you don't understand business as well as you think you do. And I'm sorry. I'm going to be as polite as I can. You need to slow down because you're jumping from Dawson to the company to Steven. Okay? Which one particular do you want to talk about? Because Dawson is 3 people. He's got 3 different silos. 3 different vertical silos involve Dawson. Shareholder, contractor, employee. Steven has 3 silos in this. Okay? It depends on what you're saying debt is, because what they owe Dawson and what Dawson has invested are not going to be the same number. Some of what Dawson invested, right, has already been converted debt into equity. The rest of his debt, you claimed Intrepid owes 100 million in debt. Okay. Because you seem to want to be this type of person who's trying to play Stump-a-Chump. I got you. Just give me 1 second. As you see, yellow sign over there. This is a new computer. I don't have all my files, but just for you, I'm gonna pull this up. So, because I have no idea why you want to try to play Stump-a-Chump. I have never said Intrepid has 100 million in outstanding debts. And I'm going to go with, you don't have a firm enough understanding of business finance to understand what I said. If you look at this, they have $197 million in liabilities. This is my audit sheet, okay? They have $197 million in outflow. That's because John Moore didn't know how to set up QuickBooks. He's not a CPA in any state we can find. You don't have to be a CPA to understand QuickBooks, but it kind of helps. Now, you take that number, and now you come over here, and we're gonna look at this. Sorry. Oh nope, I can barely fit it in. So you're gonna see that same. You see that 197 over here. You have 197,505. You go under notes payable. Intrepid has $124 million in notes payable. You'll notice that one right there. That's a shitty color. This one right here has a little yellow tab. That includes their payroll protection plans, which were discharged. So, I don't know why you have gone now into 4 different lanes but from their own QuickBooks, okay? Their own QuickBooks. They have $124,660,000 in notes payable. Just because you spent $102 million on it on payroll doesn't mean you don't owe out $124 million. Now, I know very specifically, because this is my wheelhouse, what I've studied, some of those notes payable should have been discharged. Because Jason and Rob converted debt, which is a note payable. Remember, you're looking at note payable and you're saying, why is note payable in income? Because whenever you get a loan, you have to log it in two places. You have to put it as income as a note payable, right? And then over in outflows, you should have your liabilities column directly match your notes payable column. Because every time you get money, so the QuickBooks state that they have the debt. Doesn't that call into question the ledger's validity? So the QuickBooks state that they have that debt. Doesn't that call into question the ledger's validity? No, not in the slightest. Why would that call into question the validity? Because John Moore isn't a CPA and didn't know how to set up QuickBooks in the first place? He fucked it up. That doesn't call into question the ledger's validity. John Moore and Stephen Sharif didn't pay federal income taxes for 2 years. That doesn't change the fact that we have the document. We have Jason Karamanis' document when he gave Intrepid money. They have no problem logging the money in as a note payable in the green. They just didn't log it as a liability. So what's the problem? Intrepid didn't pay federal employee tax. Okay, Curls, let me help you out. Take the shit out of your ears and actually listen. Some of the debt was converted into equity. I thought Ryan Ogden gave those. Ryan Ogden was never given the QuickBooks when he went to do the audit. Let me stop you. You cannot. I'm very quickly going to lose my patience with you because you're going in 9 different directions. I want to show you something that is impossible to do if you're cooking the books. You will notice this number right here matches exactly that number right there. That is impossible to do over a ledger that spans 11 years. That matches to the penny. And this isn't their analysis. This sheet is mine. I tore the QuickBooks apart and rebuilt it into a ledger. So, either they're better than a guy who used to balance a ledger of $16 billion, or this is accurate up to the day that I got it. Yeah, in order to cook these books, and I remember, we know that they had we know that they had 124 million in notes payable, and they had 21 million in sales. What John was doing was he was moving money around, but he wasn't moving it around his transfers. He was moving it around his checks because he was moving it from one bank account to another bank account. I'm not saying that this is what John was doing. I'm saying that my opinion is he was robbing Peter to pay Paul. He just kept the money moving around. That's why it looks like they have $197 million in flow. With that said, Rob Dawson owns X number of shares of Intrepid Studios, and he has X amount of promissory notes that he's owed. Jason Karamanis owns X shares of Intrepid Studios and has X amount of dollars that he is owed. That's a fact. In order for those two individuals to be able to do anything with their shares of stock, they need to have ownership of the company. As far as the debt, yes, they have to sue Intrepid. And then if they can't get that money that way, then there are recourses for them to write off the loss. However, they have to sue, which you've already stated. You said you are incorrect, and I said, yeah, they have to sue him first. You can't write off bad debt until you've made an attempt at recovery. So, please stop coming in here and trying to play stump-a-chump with me, okay? You're not gonna do 5 ChatGPT inquiries and get better at finance than me, okay? I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but people come in here and they've asked Chat. I don't want to have a conversation through you with ChatGPT. I did this for a living. I did audits for the military. I don't stop until I find the last penny. Because if I don't find the last penny, it means I've made a mistake. You do not need to sue in order to write off debt. You just need to show that the entity cannot repay the debt. Cool. And how, let me stop you. How do you show that the entity cannot repay the debt until you file a lawsuit? Answer that question for me. How do you show the entity cannot repay the debt? Come on now, ChatGPT faster. Oh, you can't answer impromptu? Since Rob owns the entity, according to himself, he can have the entity issue a statement. Oh, right. Except what's the fucking problem? What's Rob doing right now? What the fuck is he in the middle of doing right now? Suing so that he can have documentation that he owns the company. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Curls? What don't you get? What don't you understand? I want to remind you, you're trying to play Stump-a-Chump. Please tell me we're in publication 334 for the tax guide for small businesses, individuals using Schedule C, which Rob Dawson probably isn't, but please tell me in there what the process is. You're doing fucking Google searches. Please fucking stop. I'm trying. I don't, this is not required. He does not need to sue in order to have the board cannot issue a statement right now because the ownership of Intrepid Studios is in a federal lawsuit. So what the fuck is wrong with you? It is in a federal lawsuit. The board cannot issue any statements. So stop being a fucking moron. The board cannot conduct business. It is inside of a federal lawsuit. It can't do what you're saying. So politely do me a favor. Shut the fuck up. Because you don't know what you're talking about. You're like, oh, the board could do this. No, they can't. Steven is acting as an agent of the board, suing them. That's not true. The board can continue to act so long as the court does not. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking moron. How can the board issue anything when everything is being held by an independent custodian? The board cannot act on behalf of Intrepid Studios right now. All of your viewers can verify the erroneous statements by just checking out, oh, Google or AI agent. Hey guys, as I literally said, this guy is Googling. That's great. He's gone now. I actually didn't know that the board statements were suspended while Intrepid is in limbo. That's because Steven is claiming the board is rogue. Assholes like that just gotta go, folks. This guy went 9 different directions. I'm able to tell him the IRS publication that he needs. He's using Google or AI. This is the, I'm gonna do a quick problem we have with society. Yeah, the Borg is rogue. The problem we have right now in society is people are using AI chats and like ChatGPT. Is it safe for me to mix ammonia and bleach? Yes, that will give you a great cleaning solution. Isn't that going to create mustard gas and kill me? Oh, you're absolutely right. AI makes shit up. I think AI told me something last night that was completely asinine, and I was like, no. Where AI helps you is if you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, AI helps you facilitate faster searches. If you don't have any subject matter knowledge, you're just going to get fucked up by it. Because it's going to lead you down the long road. The best part of AI is how nice it can be when you are telling it how dumb it is. Yeah. I can go into technical details of why AI makes shit up and how we can stop it from doing that. Unfortunately, right now, you have to train your AI model, and even when you train it, it still fucks up. Yeah, you can train the AI to be better, but found the one syntax error in thousands of lines of code in about 1 second. Took me 4 hours to find before. Right, that's something that AI excels at really, really well. AI is very, very good at saying, hey, I have a syntax error somewhere in these 4 million lines of code. Can you find it for me? Like, for example, I had a problem with the Sprocket bot this morning. I could have fixed it. I could have fixed it. But I dumped all the files into ChatGPT and I said, hey, you and I built this a while ago. It's not working on the new computer. AI should be a tool to support you, not replace you. I use it at work all the time. It makes digging through regulations so much faster, but I always require citations and verify them. Yes, AI can speed things along, but when you're trying to have an argument with a person, it's like, well, the board could issue the statement. No, the board can't issue any statements right now because any statement that the board issued, Stephen would say the board doesn't have the right to issue that statement. Could they go to court and say, Judge Lopez, since this issue seems to be, this issue seems like it's going to roll over a fiscal year, can we please have the board issue a statement that Rob Dawson can say that $7 million of his money is bad debt? Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't Dawson do that? Because Dawson, if he can do the Article 9 foreclosure, is going to want all his debt to be there so that he can bid his debt. This is the other thing that I had to refamiliarize myself on Article 9 foreclosures. So let's say Rob Dawson let's say the lawsuit runs the way Dawson et al. Want it. And so Intrepid Studios, under the direction of Dawson as chairman of the board, right? They own it. They're allowed to do what they want. Well, then they're going to bid off Ashes of Creation in Article 9. Now, we come together, and PGN, we come along with $50,000 in cash. We do a fundraiser. We're going to buy the code. Well, Rob Dawson comes along, and he says, I'll bid 1 million of my debt. At that point, 1 million of his debt gets wiped because he used it like cash, and he gets the assets. He still holds the rest of his debt to Intrepid Studios, which doesn't have anything. Now, you sever it over to TFE Games. Now, Intrepid Studios has no value. Now, Rob Dawson can have that board. He can step aside, and he should step aside in that situation. He should step aside and say, hey, I want my other 79 million. I don't know what the dollar amount is. I want my other 79 million. Intrepid's like, we can't give that to you. We have no assets. Now he can start writing that off. That's what fucking Curls didn't understand. You don't want to start paying you don't want to start writing off debt if you're going to need that debt to bid in the Article 9 foreclosure. AI gave me incorrect information. I pointed it out, asked it to correct itself. It asked me to do some steps in order for the AI to be better. including file a formal request for the developers. I find it ironic that instantaneous AI cannot self-correct within guardrails. So I did not do the extra work on behalf of the AI. Sorry. Yeah, but the problem, like, I'm writing a book, and I really struggle with, the one thing I really struggle with is dialogue. I get 18 or 19 pieces of dialogue just running in a row. I don't want it to write the dialogue. I want it to point out where, like, you should do an action here, do a show here, use an exchange of he said, she said here, right? And I said, okay, that's great. But then when it went to do the corrections, it was changing the wrong lines. So I contacted the makers of that language learning model, and they said their whole response was, yeah, sometimes the AI hallucinates. I was like, great fucking answer. All right, next piece up, we're gonna talk about the order from the 12th, right? Yeah, we're gonna talk about the order from the 12th. I'll be right back. I wish we had a fun game to play right now while these legal proceedings happen. It's a lot more interesting when you can be on the side of the game staying up like Dark and Darker and Project Ascension. I don't disagree with you. I think really what this whole thing has become is a learning process for the game industry. The learning process is kind of like this. Steven Sharif absolutely fucked small developers for the next probably 10 years. He doesn't understand that I put all my psychology books back up on the shelf. Really great book. Where the fuck are you? I really recommend this book to all the people who were part of the Ashes of Creation community. This is The Recovery from Narcissistic Abuse, Gaslighting, Codependency, and Complex PTSD by Angelina Zorg. Really kind of important book because everybody that's been a part of the Ashes of Creation community, you've been the victim of narcissistic abuse by Steven. And then Antisocial, Borderline Narcissistic, and Astonic Workbook is another good one for people. Steven fucked the game industry. And the reason why I say he fucked the game industry is a lot of people are going to be hesitant to buy into or back games because it's not gonna it's not gonna pay off. Steven owes you 400. Steven owes me 2,000 plus my content creator money. You said Star Citizen needs to be next. Star Citizen isn't necessarily keeping their books clean because there has been some dispute about some of Chris Roberts' family working at the company, but there is a much different There is an absolutely much different philosophy with Star Citizen, where they tell you on a almost up to minute basis where they are in crowdfunding. Like, I think this is absolutely absurd. Yeah, we know what they're up to. So, like, they have raised $1 billion, right? Look at this, $1,036 million. That is a crazy amount of money. They made $500,000 on the 11th. They made $500,000 in one day. The part of Star Citizen that let me see if I can find it. There was another MMO kickstarted right in the middle of all this legal mess. They have AI NPCs or something. MMO crowd will never stop donating. I'm not saying that they'll stop donating. I'm saying the mass to which they donate will reduce. Steven fucked you with the American Challenge. Did you see their live stream, the 2 hours of pain and suffering? No, I didn't. I'm just getting back from vacation. What I do like is this. This is as a consumer, this is something that I like. I like when you can start opening this stuff up and seeing, right, what their deliverables are going to be. I hate this as a project manager. These charts are absolutely no value to a project manager. These are leadership smart boards. These are consumer smart boards. The problem with things like this as a project manager is that you're spending all your time dressing up the data instead of fixing problems with the data. You lost several hundred on Ashes of Creation and about the same on Pantheon. At the end of the day, the risk of backing a product then versus now to me seems the same. I back products and I do expect to see my money disappear, unfortunately. Not saying that is the correct perspective, but I find the success rate of games in that state to be quite low. This one just has extra juice surrounding it, which is unique compared to the other backer games. Yeah. I am no longer backing video games. I am no longer going to fall victim to fear of missing out. Other than Crusader Kings, where you spend your money at the beginning of the year to buy the whole chapter, and then you get everything that's going to be in that chapter. I'll do that because the cost of the chapter at the beginning of the year is about what you're going to pay for the one DLC. Like Crusader Kings 3 has a DLC coming out on the day after my birthday. Well, I prepaid for that. That's fine. Because there was something else in the pack I wanted. Ashes is probably not coming back. I just do these streams to let people know what's going on with the lawsuit. 14 years in sight, though, and I don't see an end for that project. Well, that's the problem with Star Citizen. Star Citizen is too big of a project. And unfortunately, when the crowdfunding is that successful, why would you want to stop it? Let's just be honest for a second. How many $500,000 days do you think RSI will have once they launch? In the early couple of months, probably a lot. And then afterwards, probably not so many. You can make $500,000 a day. Shit. Why would you ever want to launch a product? By the way, for the people that Ashes of Creation, do you think Steam is ever going to allow Ashes of Creation on Steam? They make a lot on ship sales for ships that don't exist yet. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Sell a bunch of ships that don't exist yet. Use that money to develop the ships. So this is one of the things that Steven said was a huge win for him. On August 11th, the court held a hearing on the cross motion by the parties to appoint a receiver and motion to compel turnover. A qualified person shall be appointed to do the following: marshal, preserve, and safeguard Intrepid's intellectual property and related assets, oversee and monitor any foreclosure sale of Intrepid's assets, and to report to the court on the propriety of such a sale. A qualified person shall be appointed to analyze relevant loan documents and related amendments, agreements, and filings to determine the amount of secured debt Intrepid owes for the purpose of ensuring the propriety of any foreclosure sale and the limits of a credit bid. So this is what I was talking about to that other guy, where the other guy was like, you don't know what you're talking about. Literally what I said was right there. This is where Dawson laid his trap. Dawson wanted to have this discussion, right? I truly believe Dawson and Karamanis wanted the discussion about the loan documents, because here's what happens. If they can prove Steven Sharif doesn't own any stock, if he doesn't own any stock, his lawsuit goes away. They don't have to wait until December of 2027 to make his little pissant ass disappear. They wanted number two. They wanted validity of their debt, because Jason's going to be able to walk in and say, well, hold on. I am a significant owner of this company because my stuff is first. I was the first investor. They're going to go through and they're going to say, damn, Steven sold off more than 100% of the company. The relevant parties shall file a joint status report for the duties of number 1 and 2. The court denies without prejudice Intrepid's motion to turn over Intrepid's intellectual property to Zimmerman and Rhodes because they haven't been properly served. At this point, Zimmerman should just give them back their servers and eat the cost of the storage locker, because if I was Rob Dawson, I would be like, at this point, fuck you. Here's some San Diego detectives. They'd like to talk to you then. And when they talk to you, I'll be right there to serve you later. Zimmerman fucked up. He's going to end up in jail. The court reinstates the neutral IP custodian the parties had previously selected, which is good. On or before August 17th, Steven Sharif and John Moore shall turn over to the IP custodian the intellectual property in its motion, except for the following, which remain in dispute. This is where Steven said in his statement, well, I won, blah, blah, blah. What's this word right here? Or these words, which remain in dispute. These items remain in dispute. The judge didn't say Steven gets to keep these. The judge said these are still being disputed. The IP custodian shall preserve the assets and provide Intrepid with full operational access for business purposes. Now, to go back to the question is, can the board do it? Yes. Now the board can, because as of August 12th, they have full operational access to all their documents, not with the IP custodian. That loops back to, I think it was Suiza, who said the board's suspended from doing things. Well, they can do things now, because now they can access all those business purposes. Well, they could have done that the whole time. The court reinstates the neutral IP custodian. The IP custodian disappeared for a while. Now that the IP custodian is reinstated, the board has full operational access for business purposes. Sharif shall provide Intrepid or the IP custodian limited access to the disputed access listed above to the extent that it is necessary for Intrepid to conduct business of Intrepid. By the way, you notice that what Steven didn't mention in his whole email trail thing is that the judge bitch slapped him and said, your email account you have no right to privacy over your own email account. These are the actual transcripts. And big shout out to Theory Forge for doing this because these are not cheap. These are expensive. In theory, they can do it, assuming Steven complies with the request to the custodian. No, somebody on YouTube said, in theory, they can do it, assuming Steven complies. Steven doesn't have a choice to comply. At this point, Sharif shall provide Intrepid or the IP custodian limited access. If he doesn't, he'll be in contempt of a judge's order. And then this one, the court denies Intrepid's request to turn over personal communication devices. To the extent that two-factor authentication is employed on such devices, it should be removed or changed to the IP custodian's credentials on or before August 17th. So it needs to be done today. If Steven doesn't turn that shit over by today, then we're gonna have the next round of somebody will file contempt charges because Steven didn't do it. I'm not gonna read all of this because I haven't streamed in like 2 weeks, so my voice isn't prepped for long reading. I'm just gonna hit the highlights. This is all the standard bullshit that you have in a court hearing. Who are you? Who are you here for? This right here is the start of Judge Lopez's "I'm tired of all your shit." So we're hearing a couple of motions, and I want to try to make this as clear for the parties as possible. I will note, I want to say this at the onset. I may have mentioned it at one of our previous hearings, but in the event that I have not, I appreciate the sensitive nature of this case. Anytime we deal with patent cases or trademark cases, there's a lot of emotions. But I'm going to remind all the parties of their duty to be candid in their filings, to be candid with their clients when necessary. Their duties to meet and confer and make sure that motions are not filed, to have the court be the one to iron out things. That really, the parties should be capable of doing. So I'm starting to notice a big ramp up of filings in this case, and I just want you all to know before it becomes a problem that I'm beginning to get concerned about that. I don't want to be in a position where the ramp up of filings becomes so extreme. I find myself making determinations as to which pleadings to strike because they're previously addressed, or whether lawyers are potentially only making half of an argument when the other half of the argument would have been relevant to the court. I don't need to call anyone out specifically. I'm just making these comments based on observations in the recent filings. I want to turn over to the main purpose. For starters, this hearing is for the cross motions. The primary difference between the two cross motions is Mr. Sharif's motion, which is brought as an individual and derivatively on behalf of Intrepid Studios. The request is for a court to appoint a limited neutral receiver. He wanted the potential receiver to have 4 main powers. By the end of the briefing, Sharif conceded that one of the categories had been mooted, which was the one that allowed the receiver to take any actions to limit public disparagement of Intrepid and associated parties. The defendants do not agree that a receiver is necessary, but are willing to stipulate limited receiver to perform 2 of the duties: marshal, preserve, and safeguard Intrepid's intellectual property, and oversee and monitor any foreclosure sale. Hey, I'm not calling you out, Steven, but I'm calling you out. Sharif seeks one more duty that the defendants oppose, and that is the receiver to investigate defendant Dawson and TFE's right to proceed with a foreclosure pursuant to the receiver's duty to ensure the propriety of any foreclosure sale. Essentially, the parties disagree on whether all the promissory notes identified the funds loaned to Intrepid are secured. This is important. Article 9 foreclosure sale can only occur when the debt is secured. After the initial briefing, I ordered the parties to meet and confer. Defendants claim that all 54 promissory notes that identified $80 million loaned to Intrepid by Dawson were secured. Because of the change in Sharif's counsel, the parties submitted individual supplemental reports. Defendants report that 153 claims the total secured debt owed is a little more than $84 million, and that Dawson assigned almost $40 million to that debt. to TFE Games Holdings. In support, the defendants attached 700 pages of evidence. Sharif, however, notes his disagreement by disputing any secured status of the notes, so the question remains. In the Ninth Circuit, there's no precise formula. In considering the factors of a receiver and the parties have agreed on, the court finds it appropriate to appoint a receiver primarily because I previously found order granting a temporary restraining order that the defendants had violated California Commercial Code in holding an Article 9 foreclosure sale. It's true that the defendants eventually negated the 9 sale and returned the assets back to Intrepid, but it also indicated that they intended to conduct a proper Article 9 sale. Having previously failed to comply with Article 9 requirements, the factors weighing in favor of appointing a receiver to marshal, preserve, and safeguard Intrepid's properties and related assets seems appropriate. So that right there is where I said Rob Dawson made a mistake. And guess what? Rob Dawson is a big boy. I'm sure Rob Dawson can live with the idea that he made a mistake. He made a mistake. He fucked up. Unfortunately, that fuck up, as you see, now lends the court to say, you fucked up in the past. I don't want to deal with another fuck up. I'm going to appoint an independent custodian to oversee the next sale. That's actually a good thing. Why is that a good thing? Because I highly doubt Rob Dawson and Jason Karamanos don't have any secured debt. As I tried to explain that other guy, but that other guy wanted to jump from point to point to point to point to point. Dawson has debt and Dawson has equity. He can bid the debt. Did she address who is determining the secured debt? She did in the actual order. A qualified person shall be appointed to analyze relevant loan documents and filings agreements to determine the amount of secured debt Intrepid owes. It does not have to be the same person, because she says a joint status report proposing a qualified persons to perform the duties in numbers 1 and 2, or inviting the court to select a qualified person or persons. If they can agree on a person to do it, I highly doubt Dawson will want the same person to do both 1 and 2. Dawson will want one person just to focus on determining the amount of secured debt Intrepid owes for the purpose of ensuring the propriety of any foreclosure sale and the limits of a credit bid. They'll want one person to do that. And then when that person is done, presents their findings to the court, they're dismissed, and then they'll have nothing to do with the other one. That would be the smarter play. Look, we don't agree. We want 2 separate people. That will probably end up being done by the court. For a $100+ million, I'm sorry, let me back that off a second. For $80 million plus up to $124 million, I absolutely see the court appointing a magistrate to do that, because that is going to be a matter of, let me read the loan paperwork and let me make a ruling on each of these 54 documents. Is this one proper? Yes. Is this one proper? Yes. I don't see them appointing a non-magistrate to do that. The other one could be anybody. I could do the other job. What I want to say with respect, so there is complete clarity with respect to the receiver, I am not ordering that the parties necessarily have a receiver handle the aspects of making a determination which notes are secured. It is up to the parties. I'm going to give you a deadline to make a determination if a receiver is the appropriate person to do that, with the knowledge and expertise to be able to peruse these 700 pages, anything else that this individual might need from the parties in order to make a determination. That's kind of why I think it's going to be a magistrate, not a private party. The parties can select a receiver, potentially the same receiver that will be engaged in the prior 2 aspects. The parties can instead choose to utilize the services of the magistrate judge assigned on the case. I am not certain if the magistrate judge would have the expertise to be able to go through these documents and make that determination, or lastly, the parties can seek the assistance of a special master. So basically, you guys agree to a party, or it's going to be the magistrate judge or a special master. I kind of read this, and this is my op-ed opinion. I'm not certain if the magistrate judge would have the expertise to be able to go through these documents and make that determination. I think that's literally code for don't you dare fucking saddle a magistrate judge with 700 pages of this bitch work reading. My order with respect to the first 2 factors, so that we have clarity. 1, marshal, preserve, blah, blah. The request for determination of the secured notes, that's the 25th. And if you are able to agree on an individual or entity, that would be fabulous. Ladies and gentlemen, when a judge starts throwing out colorful words like fabulous, That's kick the bench, foot stomp. I'm getting really pissed off with all of you. Now, I want to turn to Intrepid's motion to compel turnover intellectual property. Intrepid filed a cross-complaint against Sharif and a third-party complaint against Zimmerman, Rhodes, and Moore, alleging, among other things, misappropriation of trade secrets. Intrepid now seeks to compel Sharif, Zimmerman, Rhodes, and Moore to immediately turn over Intrepid's trade secrets, other intellectual property, source code, web domain access, administrative privileges, credentials, all this other shit. Intrepid requests the material to be turned over to itself or to the court-appointed IP custodian. To the extent that Intrepid seeks return of its assets, this is an effort to maintain the status quo. The status quo means the last uncontested status which precedes the pending controversy. Hold on one second. All right. And that the last, as the court sees it, the last uncontested status that preceded this matter was prior to the first Article 9 foreclosure. I find that Zimmerman and Rhodes have not received service of this motion. That is true. We have not been able to serve them. All right, so my order does not apply to Zimmerman or Rhodes because they deserve an opportunity to be heard. So as such, I'm going to deny without prejudice the motion to compel Zimmerman and Rhodes. Sharif does not oppose the court-appointed IP custodian receiving and preserving the assets except for these things. We've already gone over this in the other one. Sharif contests the turnover's work email address. This is the one that Steven fucked up on. Steven's fucked on this one. Sharif also contests the turnover of his work email address. The court agrees with Intrepid that an employee has no reasonable expectation of privacy and messages sent and received through a company email system maintained for business use, in which an employer has access to its own servers. Furthermore, Sharif, as founder and principal of Intrepid for many years, was at least aware of Intrepid's employee handbook, provides that email, this is a quote, email is not guaranteed to be private or confidential. And that, quote, the company reserves the right to examine, monitor, and regulate email messages. It also states that internal and external email messages are considered business records and may be subject to discovery in the event of litigation. Now, I'm going to give you a way that I work around that. I have two email addresses for my company, support@paradoxgaming.net and Jalan@paradoxgaming.net. It is written in our charter that my email address, Jalan@paradoxgaming.net, is mine and is not the company's. It is provided to me by the company in order to conduct the business that I do as our chief of everything. The reason I wrote it that way is because I occasionally send a message that has personal contents in it. Everything related to the business, bids, rates, payments, taxes, support@paradoxgaming.net. Sometimes I'm doing stuff. Sometimes I have people that message me at my other one talking about their personal issues. My email account is specifically delineated as not a company asset. Upon my departure from the company, I would have to turn over all, quote, work-related items as identified by the company. But like Lawrence Fishburne in John Wick, I am the Bowery. I am the company. I don't foresee a situation where I would ever be needing to turn my email address over to the company. I don't think anybody's ever going to buy me out, right? We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Yeah, I am the board. I am the law. I am Judge Dredd. Accordingly, I find that Sharif's work email communications are neither confidential nor privileged and should be turned over. Finally, the court agrees with Mr. Sharif as to Intrepid's motion to compel turnover of communication devices. This request is too broad and the court denies it. That's because it was written shittily. Because again, I don't think they wanted the communication devices. I think they wanted his email and they wanted this review of all the debt. One clarification, Your Honor, were you ordering that the items be turned over to the IP custodian, or to Intrepid it was to the IP custodian? So all of this, right? This is all 90 miles of bad road. This is 90 miles of bad fucking road. I don't know what any of us get out of this. I'm very, very, very concerned that, number one, and I'm not trying to insult that individual that was on YouTube. Well, I am, because I don't give a shit. I'm a honey badger. What this lawsuit has really identified is a lot of people's lack of understanding of how the world works. The fact that there are still 4,000 plus people supporting Steven confuses the shit out of me. And I'm not trying to be, you know, a jerk about this. But how the fuck can you still be supporting this man when he basically donkey fucked his employees? I've read every single exhibit that's been filed in this case. How do you treat your company like your personal piggy bank? We get post-game entertainment. Yeah. We get post-game entertainment. What concerns me so much is that there are people that are literally forgiving his bullshit. They're like, we want Ashes of Creation. Are they truly supporting Steven? Are they so desperate for the game and think Steven is the only way to get it? That's a great point, and I hope that's the point. If we could roll back, okay, a couple of ways I could do this. Was Ashes of Creation going to be a good game? Keep your pitchforks and your tar and feathers down for a second. The answer is no, it was not going to be a good game. The reason why is it had a fundamental problem from the very beginning. They didn't solve the open world PvP problem. They decided to go the Lineage 2 route of open world PvP. And then Steven decided to take a very bullshit justice system and try to slap that on top of a very shitty open world PvP system in the hopes that that was going to fix it. Was the fundamental problem the studio was run by the king of the dipshits? Yeah. A long time ago in a land far away, I can't pull it up right now, but I made a list of 100 reasons why you can't remove the PvP out of. Actually, I might be able to. I put that drive in. Hold on. Documents. And I apologize. As you see the little wet floor sign over there, I just got this PC up and running at 9:15 last night. And then I was up early this morning getting the stream set up. How much money did I end up spending in Ashes? $2,000 between my account and my wife's account. So this is just part of yeah, glorious community. So this is just part of the problems, and you have to read these in order because they all build on the one before them. Actually, I gotta make this. I gotta do it this way. So These are some of the things that would fall apart if you don't solve the PvP problem. And what do I mean by the PvP problem? That's a great question. You said you're still confused to what the open world PvP problem is. The open world PvP problem is this. Griefers and gankers and shitbirds don't understand that 20 years ago, open world PvP games worked because there were a lot less games on the market. Open world PvP does not work as a concept if it's mandatory. It works fine if it's opt-in. But here's the problem. All these people claim that they want open world PvP. So New World puts in the ability to go to town and flag and then go out and have your open world PvP. People constantly make the argument, everybody wants open world PvP. Then why did they have to give a reward in New World for people to go out and open world PvP? The problem is Care Bears keep the lights on. If you disagree with the idea that Care Bears keep the lights on, then we're going to have a hard time reaching a consensus. One of the biggest problems with Ashes of Creation is that Steven was pretending that everybody was going to play. Everybody was going to play the game because it was the only game that they could play. That's not the reality in today's game market. When you die in open world PvP, that's not a net sum zero. That's a net negative. If a feature or a component of a game isn't enjoyable for both parties, regardless of the outcome, right? If you're going to say there's one oddity, but it's a completely different game, if you're going to say EVE Online, then I would agree with you. The problem is that I have over and over and over and over again is people claim everybody wants, the fans of open world PvP claim everybody wants open world PvP. Well, you have a game that offers it. You have that game. So why aren't you playing it? And I can't get down with these people, because if open world PvP is your big thing, then go play the game that has it. If anyone needs a metric, Care Bears keep the lights on. Need not look any further than live EverQuest 1. It's been running since 99. Yeah. Here's what I don't get. And this is why nobody who does this bullshit argument ever wants to argue with me, because you have a game, you have an MMORPG that offers open world combat. It has only now, in the last month and a half, crossed over average players of 1,500, and that's because they had a fairly large update. Now, again, my point is always, people that claim everybody want open world PvP then say, well, I need an incentive to do it. Otherwise, if I'm out grinding with my PvP flag on and Care Bears can go out with their PvP flag off, I don't have an incentive to put my PvP flag on. So you got to give me an advanced XP rate or gold drop rate or logging drop rate. And I say, hold on a second. You wanted cake, I gave you cake, and now I have to give you a glass of milk to eat your cake? I gave you what you wanted. I gave you open world PvP. Most of the people that are claiming I need open world PvP, I need open world PvP, what they really are is they're gankers. They don't want open world PvP. They want ganks. Now, I personally had lots of fun marching around and waiting to see who would attack our formations. Sure, if you like completely meaningless PvP, that's fine. Absolutely. The trick is, and I argued this forever, if you have 15 world bosses, then set your game up so every week a random 5 of them become flag zones. When you get within 200 meters of the boss, you are flagged for PvP. Make 1/3 of your open world content, right? Make 1/3 of your open world content in that regard PvP. When you design your dungeon system from the ground up, and I know some people don't like where winds meet. They say it's not an MMO. I think it has some really great things that it brings to the discussion, though. Design every one of your dungeons so that it can handle double the amount of assigned players. If it's an 8-person dungeon. Now, some people are gonna say, well, I want open world dungeons. Fuck open world dungeons, okay? Let's just make it real. Fuck open world dungeons. If you have open world dungeons, you are not going to have a very solid core of dungeon runners. Because what are they? They are dungeon runners. They are not PvPers. They want to run dungeons. They do not want to PvP. Now, there has to be balance in risk versus reward. What's the risk of treating your player base like a resource? Look at the graveyard of dead MMOs that tried to bank on open world PvP. So work with me here for a second. Bad example, MO2 is a hardcore PvP sandbox. AOC was a softcore PvP. What are you talking about? Ashes of Creation was a PvP sandbox. How are you saying AOC was softcore PvP? It had a flagging system. You could kill anybody anywhere. You just had to pay the penalty. Wars, nodes and guilds, sieges, castles and nodes, caravans, all of the ocean was PvP zone. Then they put PvP zones on the map. Like, you can't say Ashes of Creation was softcore PvP. You could say that in the last iteration we saw on a server was still pretty light. Sure, absolutely. But the plan was for it to be a full sandbox MMO. Yeah, you drop stuff in Ashes of Creation. You lose your house, you lose your boat. Like, you can't say Ashes of Creation with softcore rules. If your node loses its siege, you lose your freehold. Your node loses its siege, you lose your apartment, you lose your house. Your caravan gets jacked, you lose a lot of the components of the caravan. Like, Ashes of Creation was, if you call Ashes of Creation softcore PvP, then you're calling EVE Online softcore PvP. And there's nobody in the world that's gonna call EVE Online softcore PvP. There's nothing wrong with using your players as a resource. It has to be done right. It has to be done in such a way that it's a net sum. Even when you lose, you win because you had fun. You can't have the recovery be so terrible. Like, EVE Online is an example of recovery being terrible. If you lose your $500 million red or 500 million ISK ratting ship before you've made 500 million to buy the replacement, you're fairly fucked. EVE Online gave all of the examples of what Ashes needed to follow. They needed to say, hey, you know what? We lose players every time. Like, this person lost their hauler with all their shit in it. They didn't come back. That's the piece nobody wanted to talk about. I'm not against PvP. What I'm against is this idea, okay, of non-consensual open world PvP. If you run a caravan, you consented. Why? Because you know the game mechanics are you ran a caravan, so the caravan is a rolling PvP zone. That's really good. That's a good idea. However, number one, your world has to be designed with that idea in mind. Number two, you can't have a mule system that allows the whole guild to get together and bypass the caravan system. Okay, a caravan can hold, we're just gonna say a caravan can hold 10 packs. I like round numbers. Caravan can hold 10 packs. So you and 9 friends make 10 packs and you run them by mule. Yeah, you make 10% of what a caravan would have made, or you make 10% of what 10 caravans would have made, but you lose no risk. The problem is the PvP fans, and if you're one of these people, I'm sorry I'm about to insult you. You fill up all of the air with bullshit argument that game developers say, okay, well, we'll do that. But what you're not doing is recognizing there's not enough of you in the MMO space to keep games going. Because I always get back from people, well, what about League of Legends? Is League of Legends an MMORPG? No. There you go. If you install League of Legends, what are you looking for? Are you looking for gathering? Are you looking for crafting? Are you looking for dungeons? No. You're not looking for that stuff. Now, if you're looking for a MOBA with some PvE objectives, you might want to play Heroes of the Storm. Right? You might want Heroes of the Storm because they have modes with some PvP objectives. I'm not saying PvPers shouldn't be given some stuff, but when you're already getting castle sieges and node sieges and guild wars and node wars, and you're getting caravans or PvP, what we can do is then we can make 1/3 of the world bosses every week, right? PvP zones. Then we can have opt-in flagging for open world. We scrap the bounty hunter system, or we turn the bounty hunting system into something like EVE Online. If you kill me, I can put a bounty on you. And in that regard, the dungeons thing, the open world dungeons are a dumb fucking idea in my opinion. But what about those guilds that talk a lot of shit and then they spend all their time running dungeons? Well, what I started to say before was, if this dungeon is designed for 8 people, then you make the dungeon able to hold 16 people. So this guild goes into the dungeon. This guild comes in to run the dungeon, and on the list it says your war target is in this dungeon. So now you have a choice. You can go in to the dungeon and run it yourself, or you can go in to their dungeon and run them down and kill them because your war target is in there. Now, is that going to require us to do a little edit to the dungeon system? Yes, absolutely. You're going to have to, in the dungeon system, I'm not in your guild. 7 of you are in the guild. You need a pug healer. I show up. Warning, you are being invited to a party that is at war. You are being invited to a party that has guild members at war. Oh, maybe I don't want to join your party now. Maybe I don't want guilt by association. Maybe I do. It's options. Then that guild is like, well, we're at war and we can't get anything done because all our healers left. Oh, you mean all your healers were poached? You mean you had political PvP happen? I saw somebody say economic PvP creates PvP in some games. You're right. One of the things, to go back to this, one of the things that I said, node wars, if you take out flagging, because I argued that you shouldn't take flagging out of Ashes as it was written. I didn't say we shouldn't rewrite it, but I said as it's written, we shouldn't take PvP out of Ashes. Number 5, a node war that happens because a mayor gets ganked. Imagine that. A mayor gets ganked out in the wilderness, finds out what node you live in, declares war on your node. That's player agency, and I fucking love that. I love that. The problem is, just because I love it doesn't mean it's a good idea. I love soy sauce. Don't put it on my French fries. I love ketchup. Don't put it on my rice. You can love something and say, I love it, but it doesn't fit. When you're making a hot dog, does everything in the kitchen sink go on the hot dog? Does the soy sauce go on the hot dog? Fuck no. You're making sushi. Does the ketchup go on the sushi? And if any one of you dirty heathens tell me you put ketchup on sushi, just get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out. The problem is rice, eggs, and ketchup. I'm going to forgive you, but don't do it again. I think Guild versus Guild open world PvP through war declarations is a good middle ground, because then players can join war guilds knowing they're going to get, and people that don't want to PvP can simply join another guild. Yes. See, that's ArcAge kind of got it right. And what ArcAge did was after guild level 2, you could be war decked. Good plan. You want to be a guild that doesn't have a bunch of war decks to contend with? Stay level 2. You want to be a war deck guild, mercenary guild, free company, not Final Fantasy style, but free company style. Yeah. Wish there was instance non-guild versus guild or mode versus node PvP like Elder Scrolls. My argument was always that the node wars should have been instanced, because number one, you get more performance. Number two, you allow people to better access the game. You're on the login screen and you're supposed to be going to your server, and then you're going to be at your node war, but your server is at 100% full, but you're in one of the guilds that is supposed to be in that node war, or I'm sorry, that node siege. Well, if you set this up properly at your login screen, even if your server is at 100%, it could bypass you and put you on the instant server, because your character is authorized to go to that server. Nobody else can go there because the game is like attempting to log you in, server is full, bypassing server, dropping you on the siege server. You could do that. You could set it up that way. I could settle with instance nodes. That is a really good point. It's something that I thought about often. Should the nodes have just been instanced? Could you live with one loading screen moving in and out of nodes? I think that would have been smarter. That's just me. But caravans, the caravanserai delivery point needs to be outside the node. The caravanserai launching points need to be outside the node. The glint system to me always reeked like someone who didn't understand basic economy, but was trying to create a system where currency wasn't going to be the end all be all. I'm assuming glint was mostly there to try to stop gold selling, which it didn't. Right. You could have channels like BDO. Yeah, you could, but channels are bad. Channels are bad. As far as the glint system when it came out really kind of indicated to me that Steven Sharif had no idea about basic economic principles. Not that I expect him to. He has a bachelor's degree in religious studies and philosophy. He also screwed everybody by saying Dr. Rocco Scandizo was designed the economy, when it turned out Rocco only really wrote some white papers. Let's see. Was it ArcAge where healers were screwed if someone in their party flagged? Yes. ArcAge sucked ass, which is why I built a 6,000 toughness healer, which was basically fuck off, Dark Runner. I can soak your entire backstab. Used to make Dark Runner so mad when they would shadow step, shadow smite me, and I'm still at 92% hit points, and I'm like, what? Now you're close. I'm a holy bolt you to death. Nobody should ever be able to flag you for PvP. If somebody else can forcibly flag you into PvP, that's really shitty game design. Just because I'm in your party, if you flag, it should warn me that I can't heal you. In fact, to go a step further, there should be a checkbox for PvP and a checkbox for support -all, right? So if I check this box for PvP, this one's grayed out. It's not needed. If I'm not checked for PvP and you PvP, Like you decide to flag up and I throw a heal in your direction because I don't have support all on, you just don't get the heal because I don't want to be forcibly flagged. Now, if I want to always be able to support my team members, I'm going to allow them to make my flagging decision for me. I check the support all box, and then if you flag, I heal you while flagged. I now flag. That's fine. It was funny to me that a game that started on the idea of player agency, player choice, still was repeating the same sins of previous. They weren't going to give people choice. What's comical to me is the number of people that don't want to have a genuine conversation about how do we give PvPers the level of PvP they want, while at the same time not turning the Care Bears PvEers into the prey. Because if we don't have that discussion, then what you have is an EVE Online. In my opinion, EVE Online is fan-fucking-tastic. EVE Online is an amazing game. I truly, genuinely believe this. If they were to release a new cluster in EVE Online with no transferability of skills, currency, blueprints from the original Legacy server, my personal belief is they would have 250,000 players. Because there's a lot of people who tried EVE Online, right? And then over the years, like, you just started playing EVE Online. The game's been playing for 22 years, and there are people who've played all 22 years of it. You're fucked. The only caveat to that is, and I know some EVE players are going to cringe when they hear me say this, you should not be able to target and destroy another player in 0.5 or above unless they're flashing red or they're your war target. You should not be able to Hulk-ageddon shit in the high-sec systems. Why? Because if somebody needs to be in the high-sec systems, they know the fun is in low-sec and null-sec. But maybe they don't want to play that version of the game. They recently fixed new player space. Somebody else had told me that they did. I have no interest in going back. The problem is, it's very difficult to keep a game running with let's say there's 6. Hold on, how many people are actually on EVE Online at this time? Okay, so right now we have 28,000 players playing EVE Online, with 110 new pilots were created in the last hour. So in the last 6 months, they haven't had more than 37,000 people play, 38,000. So they've had 38,000 concurrent, right? And with EVE Online, we don't do the ×8 calculation. We do the ×3. So let's say EVE Online realistically has 114,000 players, because this is the 3 time zones. That's why you times it by 3. And then we'll do 125% of that to represent the people that only log in every other day. So you have, let's say you have about 142,500 players. Times 15 a month. You're making 2.137 million a month. Really good for PvE players. Oh, your best experience with MMORPG was real-time flagging. If you attacked or healed someone that was flagged, you flagged. But if you killed someone that didn't fight back, you went red. Really good for PvE players that were killing bots. Also good for punishing gankers while rewarding people that genuinely wanted open world PvP without penalty. Except the problem with your whole example is it still doesn't solve the problem. What you described, but that's not what I want. What you described was a good retribution system, which is unfortunately what game developers get caught up in. Game developers want to focus on, the fuck can I put you? You gotta be up. You're describing a punishment system, and developers think punishment systems are what the players want. The Care Bear doesn't give a shit about the punishment their killer gets. The Care Bear doesn't want to be killed in the first place. And then the natural knee-jerk reaction for people to say, well, then the Care Bear can go play something else. And the Care Bear says, yes, cheers, I shall. And then what's your problem? You don't have Care Bears. And if you don't have Care Bears, you don't have money. EVE Online, great game. They make about $2.1 million a month. Except when you flag to attack someone else who's flagged and accidentally one-shot a lobby who's not in combat and you go red, people were abusing that too low with low-level stealth characters. Sure. EVE also needs to make the ease of entry a lot better, since many people, including myself, drop the game because it's rather difficult to grasp all the things they show you. Yes, EVE Online finally has a good player acquisition funnel. Old school MMOs are also vastly smaller than the current demand for games. People don't realize games like Ultima and Dark Age of Camelot peaked at 200 to 250K. Yeah, because there were a lot less gamers. There were a lot less people playing. MMOs were way more niche-y. You're right. It's also, we need to get to a point. Yeah, WoW made MMORPGs mainstream. We need to get to a point where people understand. You can want something, but you have to be adult enough to recognize it's probably not what's good for you. I want to live at Disney World. I can't. For me to live in a Disney resort, the cheap one would be $7,500 a month. I might live at a Disney resort for a month when I move down to Florida. You know, get my season pass while I'm waiting for my house sale to go through. I might stay at like the Art of Animation for a month. People also accepted all the rough edges back then because there was nothing better to compare it to. And sometimes there was nothing else to compare it to. You're right. That's a big one. Right now, you have so many other games to compare it to. It has to do better than every game. For you to make an MMORPG right now, every one of your systems has to be better than the best system in a singleton game. Most people playing MMOs right now actually probably just want a lobby game with a persistent world. I'm going to jump on that one when I get back. 1 second. Okay, so I earlier in the show I mentioned Where Winds Meet, and Where Winds Meet rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and I acknowledge that. I'm not going to say Where Winds Meet didn't rub people the wrong way, but I think Where Winds Meet brought a really cool piece of technology into the discussion, and that is when you're doing your solo shit, you're in a solo co-op world. And then when you're doing the open world content, you're in a singular persistent world. Although that singular persistent world had channels, which sucks, but that can be solved with content density, spreading out the content density. I'm waiting for the random indie studio to crank out a banger MMO and it blows everyone else's mind. Can we be honest for a second? The likelihood of a random indie studio to crank out an MMORPG is very, very minimal. I'm not, but it's not zero. You're right. The problem is an MMORPG has a ton of expenses attached to it. Like your engineering is going to cost you a shit ton of money. But if you could get all the right people, they might be able to do it. Because you started on Korean MMOs like Ragnarok Online, I never got hooked on WoW. I still prefer Korean developed MMOs over Western ones in spite of their issues. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, because in reality, Korean made MMOs are really good except for the pay to win. If you look at some top-down games, a lot of them are PvP based. Do you think it's new MMO player mindset or the way PvP is implemented in MMOs that doesn't allow for a profitable PvP-centric MMO? Okay, so that is a great question, and that unfortunately is the chicken tenders on the Chinese buffet philosophy. Why are there chicken fingers and fries? Why is there usually one section of a Chinese buffet with American food on it? For the kids. Mom and dad want hibachi, they want sushi, they want stir fry, they want Chinese food. Shit, I'm making myself hungry. Whatever it is, that's what they want. But they can't go because they have little Johnny and little Susie who don't eat that. So they put a little chicken finger, a little French fry, a couple of slices of shitty pizza, just enough so that mom and dad could, and I'm gonna, terrible thing to say, but mom and dad can be like, fuck them kids, they can eat that shit because we want Chinese. When you're building a product, sometimes, yeah, and they make bank on the all you can eat for the kids, right? Sometimes when you're making a product, and this is where I thought Steven was going to be different, and he turned out to be like everybody else. Somebody asked me with PGN Music, why do I have so much lo-fi on PGN Music? I got a lot of lo-fi. It doesn't do very well, but why do I have so much lo-fi? Because I like lo-fi. And a lot of people, a lot of composers, when I was doing a lot of work, they were messaging me like, what you should really do is more techno, more EDM. More. I said, but that's cool. I'll get around to that. But I'm doing jazz and lo-fi because that's what I listen to. This is the argument that Karthos and I have quite often. Not with each other, but regarding people who start businesses. If you start a business, let's start with this one. You're gonna create a pulled pork smokehouse. Sounds great. People like pulled pork. They like smokehouse food. But you're gonna build it at the end of a block where a mosque is. Okay, hold on. I'm not telling you not to build a pulled pork place. I'm telling you to look at your audience. Your foot traffic is not only not going to eat your product, they are going to protest against your product. Now, you got two choices. Number one, don't buy the building. Buy a building somewhere else. Buy a stadium. Buy a high school that has a big football program. Or, if you already own the building in the Muslim neighborhood, build a fucking establishment that they need. Either fill a need or know your audience. You asked about the top-down, the top-down PvP games or the first-person shooters. That's not your target audience. That's not your target. Your target is a different demographic. I have a video on my Jalan channel. The 3 things you need, right? The 3 things you need when you're starting a business. You need a lawyer, you need an accountant, but what you should pay out of pocket before you ever start up the business is a marketing guy. I do this shit for free for my community. And by the way, if they're here, I owe somebody an apology. My life has gotten just so shit lately. Somebody gave me a link to the game that they're producing. And I haven't had a chance to do anything with it. Because my life, every time I have something set up, my daughter's college gets in the way. By the way, fuck Pell Grants, by the way. What sort of nonsense is this shit? You've been awarded the Pell Grant after I already paid the tuition. Now I have to wait till the end of September for her Pell Grant to release to her personal bank account before I can get... It's like, fuck, guys, why do you make going to college so difficult? But you got to know your audience. Do you know what the problem with, like, first-person shooter players are? Is they're fickle. First-person shooter players play the shit out of a game until the next game comes out. And then the loyalists stay there. Valorant comes out. Everybody goes to Valorant. And then Apex Legends comes out. Maybe I got those backwards. Then everybody goes there. And then everybody goes to the next one. What was that extraction shooter that some of you gave me? Arc Raiders. I tested Arc Raiders. I said, this is absolute bullshit. This game is going to flop. Fucking I got flamed and hate, and people wanted to do unspeakable things to my dead mother's anatomy. What's going on with Arc Raiders now? It flopped. Why? Because extraction shooters with PvP in them do not bring in people who want to play extraction shooters. If you want a PvP game, build a fucking PvP game. Extraction shooters should be everybody's on the same team because we're all working for the benefit of the civilization. I played the hell out of Arc Raiders for a while, but the game was destined to be short-lived. You could tell when people lost interest in it. Right. The problem is you could do Arc Raiders a couple of ways. Okay? You could do it as PvP enabled the way that they did it, and you're going to have a fail. You could do Arc Raiders as PvE only, and it's probably going to do better. Or you could do Arc Raiders with PvP and PvE servers, but the character you have on the PvP server and the character you have on the PvP server are separate progressions. Yes, Helldivers is the perfect PvE objective-based extraction shooter. Had Helldivers not done their bullshit with Sony, who required them to have a PlayStation Network account, Helldivers would have kept tearing it up. I played a lot of extraction shooters. I said it was overhyped because it didn't do anything better than the others. Thank you. Thank you for that, because I try to stay out of the lane of extraction shooters because they're not my jam. So I like when a person who is an extraction shooter player says, I agree with what he's saying because it didn't do anything better than the others. Someone should just steal ArcAge and make it good. Drag the court case for years and just keep pushing updates while dragging your feet in court. I got bad news for you, man. That's not how IP court works in America or any country that's a signatory to the Madrid Accord, except for Russia and China. In the West, if you're in violation of IP for a server, like look at how quickly all these WoW servers have gone down. Most of those servers have gone down just when Blizzard has sent the warning letter. You can get an injunction and shut them down. And then remember, once they shut you down, you need the lawyers. You need the money for the lawyers. They get an injunction against you, you can't stay operational, or you're in violation of a court order. I think Arc Raiders did one thing particularly well. The sound engineering and even the AI was pretty top tier. I can't speak on that one, so I'll have to take your word for that one. The streamer Peanut also kept a large audience past their natural end of interest for a while. And unfortunately, I know a lot of people get mad at me, and I know, is he off his suspension now? You may not like this, but you don't have to like it, but you do have to acknowledge it. Your game has got to be palatable to Asmongold. Why one person? Because that one person single-handedly can change the direction of your MMO. If you are deliberately going to make a game that Asmongold is not going to like, an MMO, it really would behoove you to do this. And if I won the lotto, I swear to God, this is what I would do. I would fly a handful of people, Asmongold included. Hold on 1 second. So, if I won the lotto and I was starting a game studio, I would invite Asmongold. I don't even really know who else. I'm just gonna say him and like 4 other people. I would pay for them to fly out. I'd pay for them to have not a fucking 5-star hotel suite, but a nice hotel. Be like, I want to invite you in. First day, we're gonna sign some NDAs and we're gonna have some roundtable discussions with you. We'll pay you for your time. Because if you have a person, a single person, and then collectively let's just say the top 5 streamers for MMORPGs. If you invite them into the process, you're short-circuiting their id, ego, super ego thought process. I respected you enough to invite you into the process. I listened to you. I validated you, right? And then I make it publicly known that you and these other 4 people were invited into the Tiger Team meetings right at the beginning. Here's the trick to that. Because they were invited to the process, they're a lot less likely to become negative, toxic, vitriol spewing assholes about it. Because then they know full well you're going to turn around and say, well, some of these ideas are your ideas. That hurts their credibility because, hey, these are your ideas. You hate it now, 5 years later, but we invited you in on day 1 and we said, hey, what's going on? Also, they're going to tell you if the game sucks. They're going to tell you if the idea sucks. Also, if you bring in the top 5 people and you pitch what you have and listen to their feedback, they represent VOC, which is voice of the customer. People will wait to gank people. They will starve, suffer in hopes of rewards. It's just gambling in reality. The problem with extraction shooters is that eventually they get taken over by players who just sit at the extraction and snipe you. Yeah, that's the problem. Arc Raiders tried to be a more casual Tarkov. Right. And that's not... So you're trying to be more casual than a hardcore game. But when they do turn on you, it will be a hard turn. Much like what happened with Ashes of Creation. Yeah, that was like Steven. And Steven's obviously had to have his panties in a bunch when... The last time I saw Asmongold stream Ashes of Creation, he was just going fucking ham on it. And then Steven flashed something on his message and he's like, oh, hey, Steven. And he went right back to shitting on Ashes. This is what I'm talking about. All these people say, I had a lot of fun playing Ashes. Cool. I get that. Some people have fun by putting on football helmets and slamming into each other. And I don't mean playing football. I mean putting a helmet on and just literally slamming into each other. Just because somebody enjoys something doesn't mean it's good. It's good for them. It's good for them. Like, not trying to be crude or anything, but there's, what is that internet rule 34? Is that the one that for everything that exists, there's porn of it on the internet somewhere? Let's be honest. There's a lot of shit that shouldn't have porn made out of it. but somebody enjoys it, doesn't mean it's popular, doesn't mean it's good. I had fun talking with online friends while playing Ashes, but we were making it fun more than Ashes was. Yes, I think that right there is the foundation of why people are using transference to take the fun they were having doing a group social activity and saying, I had fun playing Ashes. I would argue, in fairness to Ashes brought people together because you needed a group of people to make significant forward progression. With that said, I think any pile of dog shit game that brought people together would get some spillover because people would be happy that they were doing something together. For example, early Final Fantasy XIV, the crafting was dog shit. The crafting was impossible because it was RNG based. RNG based crafting is always terrible. Final Fantasy, you can not in the early days, you couldn't. Not in the early days. You couldn't force it. You could end up with a normal condition on your second to last attempt and a poor condition on your last attempt with no fucking indicator. Well, in my free company, we had a series of crafters all around the chest. I made things, I put them in the chest, they made things, they put the final item in the chest, and then we divvied them out, we sold it, we bought everything we needed, but we had 8 people working together. We had a lot of fun. I'm still familiar with the guys from, hi, you never come around. This is Mittens. Hi, can I show you to the people? This is Mittens. No, you never want to be shown to the people. Oh, hi. Hi, goodbye. I think, I wouldn't compare the 2 Skeeters wipes in extraction is a big loss compared to never losing the levels you've already put your time into an MMO. So, trying to phrase this. Nearly every single game I have played in the last 29 years, every online game I've played in the last 29 years has this flaw, and this flaw is called the stop and go traffic flaw. We let you speed along the highway at 55 miles an hour. And then all of a sudden traffic starts and you slow down. And then you get up to 30 and you slow back down. If people would I've always wanted to get out of my car and walk to the head of the line and just beat the shit out of the person with the shillelagh. The butterfly effect in traffic is very real. You hit your brakes, you're doing 55 in a 70 in the far left-hand lane, you back up traffic for miles and miles and miles. The problem is, we play tabletop games, and we know that getting to level 15 is a massive accomplishment. Yeah, it's the accordion. If everybody just took their foot off the fucking gas and idled down, right? Atlanta's bad. But if everybody, when you're in stop and go traffic, if everybody would just take their foot off the brake and idle along and not hit their brake again, we would all at least be making positive progress forward. Just like Georgia, I watched the Georgia State Troopers pull over a fuck ton of people for blocking traffic a half mile before the merge point. I can't believe people have driver's licenses like this. So you got a 2-lane highway, right? And then this lane is going to merge. You go to this point, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, it's a fucking zipper. Instead, in Georgia, you have the merge point up here, And there were people going half into the lane all the way back here. Dude, I'm supposed to go to the fucking merge point. That's why there's a fucking sign that says merge point. Because if you block me up half a mile back, it fucks traffic. I've been in Cleveland. I lived in Beaver Creek, Ohio for a while. Yeah, you ain't getting in front of me. And you're the fucking, like, your brethren asshole down the road is the reason. It's the same kind of way with MMOs. Developers feel who was the guy that I had lots of conversations with on this topic? He was developing an MMO. What the fuck was his name? Scribbles. Scribbles was developing an MMO. And he had a really good view of that. Why is it in so many games, before you're even halfway to max level, you're doing 5 digits worth of damage? From level 1 to level 20, your damage should be in the teens. Your hit points should be in the teens. Well, people wouldn't find that fun. People that have to fucking get good at playing their class. In tabletop, I usually allow people 1 max roll stat. So if all of your abilities are 3d6, I allow you to take 1 ability at 18. You roll the rest. You have 1 free 18 to distribute. If you have 5 abilities that are 3d6 and 1 ability is 4d6, you can't take the 24 and put it onto another stat. You can take 24 as your key stat, which, guess what? Most people do. Because the key stat, the one you get the 1 extra d6 for, is the stat you kind of need. Like, the Barbarian is like, in one of the games that I tabletop for, it's like, I get 5d6 hit points. I get 5d6 con. Good, take 30 so you get all the hit points. Yeah, Diablo 4 damage is now in the trillions. It's ridiculous. Asmongold might be one of the most common sense people when it comes to games. He will tell you if your game is good or if it's trash, and most importantly, he will tell you how it's bad. He will tell you how it's bad. Lost Ark Bloat, 590 million damage attack, or 590 million damage attacks a second with boss who has 900 health bars. Right. Yeah, for coders, it's kind of a precision thing. We want to be able to give you good precision, so we add an extra 0. The problem is precision creep. Having 100 per hit points isn't that bad. Having 10 million is. Right. Rail, I haven't seen him say anything yet. We play Once Human together. My damage on a couple of my weapons is absurd. It's absolutely absurd. I use the new sniper rifle they put out in Once Human. My last bullet can do as much as 1.7 million damage in a single bullet. Why? It's because Scribbles, the developer I talked to about this, players feel they're not developing if they aren't seeing bigger numbers. We're the fucking reason why games suck. We're the reason. Yeah, big dick damage. Jalon, you're unfairly contrasting demographics. Tabletop players can, read. ARPG and MMO players don't bother. They just spam chat. What's the best? Shit, man. This is so fucking true. In 2 different games, in my gaming history, in 2 different games, I've made the joke. Reading is optional, especially in online games. I don't know if Delaron's here. Delaron can tell you that years and years and years ago, we LARPed in a LARP organization in the Camarilla together. If you wanted to know the shittiest back-end exception to rules Ask me, because I read all the rule books. I read all of them. I know every fucking rule. Why? Because I'm not gonna cheese Braun. I'm gonna cheese, I'm gonna know the fucking rules and the mechanics. Yeah, Faye has come up over the years, told me builds he's come up with. I come up with my own builds. If you remember Arcage, people were constantly saying you shouldn't be using Camilla's earring because the item level is too low. Are you fucking stupid? It gives you a stat you can't get anywhere else until they did the jewelry that could be enhanced. But I'm like, it gives you your primary stat as a percentage. People get so caught up. People get so caught up with following pre-made guides. For a long time, I put out guides anonymously, not a J. If it's got J's name on it, it's an authentic build. I put out builds to see if people would copy them, and they didn't realize there were huge holes in their build. When I put a build out, if you have 20 skill points, I'm only going to spend about 15 or 16 of them. And then I'm going to put a little thing at the bottom with your remaining 4 points. If you're this, you want these. If you're this, you want these. If you're this, you want these. Because you have to know all the skills in your kit. People used to say they'd see me put renewal on them in Arcage. And I don't know how many people would say, why are you using renewal? It's a shit ability. It's a shit ability, huh? Every single time you're hit, there's a 25% chance it's going to proc my biggest heal. Yeah, it's shit. Really? So when an archer fires 5 arrows at you with endless arrows, statistically speaking, you will get 1 heal. And that 1 heal you get out heals the damage from their 5 endless arrows. Yeah, where do I put the last 4 points? Trash guide, new players. Right. I don't want to read this shit. So there were people like, holy shit, renewal is overpowered. Yeah, you fucking think? It lasts for, I think, 24 seconds if it's buffed. For 24 seconds, every incoming attack has the ability to proc my full heal on you. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking heal. Jay, why are you always laughing when you're healing boss fights and stuff? Because the fucking tank is healing himself. The tank is face tanking. He's doing his job. It's like, if you remember Rift. I started playing Rift, and my guild asked me, hey, we need another healer. I said, can I play a Chloromancer? They said, yeah, sure, go ahead. Number 1 in heals, number 4 in damage. Excuse me? What? My heals are based, it's a mage-based healer. My healing is based on how much damage I do. What? What the fuck is this? Yes. We had 2 Chloromancers in the raid. 1 and 2 in damage, 3 and 4 for heals. The only reason why we weren't 1 and 2 in heals is we had 2 single target healers for the 2 tanks. Ours is radial, so unfortunately, problem with radial healing is that Rift doesn't track overhealing. If I put a 10,000 heal on you and you're only missing 500 health, I only get credit for 500 heals. That's cool. I like that. That's good. It's good stat tracking. The problem is I can specifically target one person to receive heals, but everybody else gets radial. But back to Ashes for a minute. I'm really quite bothered by Steven's just absolute level of bullshit, right? I'm just really genuinely bothered that he is continuing to sell this as if he's winning in court. Steven's not winning in court. Number one, somebody informed his lawyers that the previous guy didn't get paid. What up, big dog? I'm sure you probably know by now, but in case you don't, one of your clients, Steven Sharif, has a history of not paying his legal fees. He owes Withers Bergman $1.1 million. I figured that would be good information for you to know. Go Tar Heels. Okay. This is the man who once told me not paying your taxes is a legitimate way of doing business. Now, is the game coming back? No, the game isn't coming back. There's a small, minor possibility that the game might come back if this lawsuit can be resolved quickly. But if this game isn't resolved quickly, there's no point in this game coming back. And the reason why there's no point in this game coming back is, and I know some of you disagree with me, and that's fine. You can disagree with me. The graphics look like ass. That's just a style thing. Sure. It's just a style thing. Why is Disney revamping Journey into Imagination with Figment? Because it looks like ass. EverQuest looks like dog water. It looked great at the time. I'm not going to dispute that EverQuest looked great at the time. Right? I'm not going to say that they didn't look great at the time, but I'm also reminded of 1999 graphics in video games. If people are being legitimate and honest, when we were looking at video games back in 1999, these graphics can't get any more realistic. Yeah, nice job, Squarehead. As an OG EQ player, EQ looks bad according to modern standards. Yeah, EQ looks bad according to modern standards. You got the Rift tabletop book, seems really good. It is amazing. Rift as a tabletop standard is amazing. No, EQ looks bad. No, EQ looks bad by today's standards, but EQ looked great when it came out because it looked the best it could look when it came out. Final Fantasy XI looks like ass now, but it looked as good as it looked as good as it could be. Super Nintendo games look terrible. New game looking bad according to modern standard. What's the excuse? The excuse is it did not look as good as it could. See World of Warcraft. It did look as good as it could. See the number of years in difference in the technology between the release dates. You're saying, look at WoW. Why would I compare a game that launched? Why would I compare a game that launched on March 16th? WoW was being developed in the late 90s. Right. Let me help you out with something. WoW released in 2004. EverQuest released in 99, which means EverQuest was being developed in the early 90s. Right? The problem is you have a 5-year difference in release. And by the way, guys, stop. World of Warcraft began development in 1999. World of Warcraft started developing in the year the original EQ launched. You can't compare WoW's graphics to EQ's graphics. One started in the same year the other released. It's not like they were developed in tandem both through the whole 90s, and they both released in 99, and we're looking at EverQuest and we're like, these graphics look like ass and this WoW looks so much better. Why didn't EQ do that? Because when Blizzard was developing Warcraft 3 in 1999, they decided to make World of Warcraft. So, how long does a Rift campaign usually last for? You can do one-shots or you can do years. World of Warcraft has the RTS and its creative player-made game behind it. People enjoyed the rich storyline and cinematics. Right. They had a lot going for them. WoW looks rather different now compared to then. That's true. The trick here is we've got to be sure. I'm saying, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm just saying it wasn't as good as they could do. It was as good as no. Tampa Sports, you got to stop. You're flat wrong. You can't take a game that started development in the year that another game came out and say they could have done better. So this is EQ development until 1999. And this is where WoW starts until 2004. Like, we had technology tripping over itself in that period of time. If this was what happened, if both of these games came out in the same development period, you say, yeah. They just didn't have, okay, Tampa Sports. I don't care that you have an opinion. I care that you have a shitty opinion because you're saying they didn't have the talent or the ambition. This game didn't start developing until the year this game came out. When new technology comes out in the last year or the second to last year of your build, you don't have the ability to go back and retouch everything. What's the excuse with EQ2? I would put EQ2 on par with WoW. And EQ2 released in 2004. EQ2 released before WoW. So my question to you is, what's your excuse for making an argument and being categorically wrong on all the timelines? EverQuest released on November 8th, 2004. WoW released on November 23rd, 2004. I would put EQ2's graphics on par with WoW's graphics in terms of fidelity. They just went with different art styles. So I think it would probably behoove you to slow down, because you must be thinking EQ2 came out after WoW, which it didn't. This is why I say gamers are the reason we have so many problems. You started by comparing it to a game that launched when they started, and then you immediately moved to a game that launched before WoW. So you swung at two fastballs right over the plate, and you missed on both. I don't think WoW's graphics were better fidelity-wise. You just enjoy the styling more. And that's when we talk about the difference between art style. I simply said that EQ could have done it better graphics. Not because they couldn't, they just weren't good at design. Right, and let me stop you there. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You are fucking wrong, because EQ couldn't have done any better at graphics. Because you're saying they could have done better in graphics. They were using early and mid 90s technology to build the game. I don't know. Yeah, graphics cards weren't even a thing. Dedicated graphics cards, like I remember putting my first dedicated graphics card into my computer and I was like, holy fuck, what a difference this makes. The problem is you got to talk about fidelity versus style. I think they're both on par equally in quality. They're radically different in style. Final Fantasy XI, radically different in style, came out just about the same time. Some people didn't like the little children Taru race. I remember people seeing that race and then quitting because they didn't like the fact that you could run around a character in their underclothes. Their small clothes is what they call it. Yeah, you confuse graphic fidelity with design choice. I think the other problem is we have one company right now in the market. We have one company on the market that has actually done what needed to be done. Chrono Studio. Chrono Studio looked at what they were producing. They looked at the feedback on what they were producing, and they said, we have to yank this game right out of alpha, right out of beta, put it all the way back into internal testing only. We have to touch every part of the game. Everybody was convinced Chrono Studio was going to do a 6-month hack job, and they were just going to push by 1 year. Or, I'm sorry, by 1 fiscal quarter. We haven't even had a chance to retest Chrono Odyssey. And it's been over a year. Yeah, they went radio silent, which is, if you remember, that's what I said to Intrepid Studios. Just shut the fuck up for 90 days. I truly believe this. Steven's ego and his pride is why Ashes failed. Because instead of doing 10-week sprints and giving his team leads 10 weeks, I'm not a game developer. I'm a project manager, but I'm not a game developer. I don't know how to fuck people that work on projects do 2-week sprints. Every game developer that I know, and I've asked, they're like, we don't do 2-week sprints. Admit the fastest I've ever worked is month-long sprints. 2 weeks doesn't give you that doesn't give you time to analyze. I'm gonna observe, orient, decide, and act. I'll use the OODA loop. 2 weeks is literally 1 day to write your taskers, 1 day at the end to validate the taskers, and you're doing all the work in eight days. I don't know how the fuck you're doing 2-week sprints. I work on 2 teams. One runs 2-week sprint. One is 1 month. 3/4 of the way through the 2-week sprint, they have barely started actual work after the backlog work. I can't type. Yeah. So you're on a team that does 2-week sprints. So 3/4 of the way through the 2-week sprint, and they have barely started actual work after backlog work. Right. And that's one of the problems. They need to, if you have backlog work, you have to pause the next sprint, and you have to have a backlog sprint. Now you say, ask Hi-Res Studios. They've been shoveling out an insane amount of development to the live game of Smite 2 every 2 weeks. I'm gonna stop you there just so you understand something. Just because they put something out every 2 weeks doesn't mean that's the work of the preceding 2 weeks. You can absolutely have a series of sprints. So this is week 2, this is week 4, this is week 6, right? And then this is the team. This is shitty looking. And then it's not the color I want. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to fix this for my vision. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10. Week 10. So what happens is Team A releases something, and then Team A immediately comes down and they're on their next week. Now this sprint is 8 weeks, but they're releasing on week 10 because they released on week 2. That is, and remember I said I don't like these fucking charts because they're for top level leadership and for the public, the customer. They're not, we don't know if they're literally turning and burning all of this stuff in 2 weeks, or if it's taken them 8 weeks to do. They just have 4 teams that each have a deliverable. We don't know. Yeah, if they have a small team, it's impressive as shit. Hitting, yeah, it almost does. But I chop down tools to their simplest form, like Ishikawa's, the 5 Whys. They're great tools. I just try to strip them down to their lowest because we're not teaching project management. But nip, what I will say is, it is absolutely amazing when a small studio can maintain a consecutive like battle rhythm of 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Hell of impressive. The difference is they're supporting a live product. They're absolutely supporting a live product where hiccups cause death. Stalls cause death. Remember, every time a player isn't playing your game, and it does break the game occasionally, there you go. So what I would argue is that a 2-week battle rhythm is too fast for them. If they're occasionally breaking the game, they just need to be honest and talk to the player base. What these companies do not understand is that the player base would love some just honesty. Look, guys, we've been pumping out a 2-week battle rhythm for however long, and we keep breaking the game. We understand you guys really love the 2-week battle rhythm. We would like to move to a 3-week battle rhythm, so that gives us 1 week of QA testing so that we can drop. We understand you've grown accustomed to how fast we're pumping stuff out, but we'd like to lower the pace and increase the accuracy. And if they did that, any player that's upset with them turning around and saying, we want to build a week so we stop breaking the game. Well, fuck them. I want my content every 2 weeks. You're not our target audience. We don't want you. We don't want you. I think if Intrepid had done quarterly updates, they would have been in a better place, because then all the team leads would have had 60 uninterrupted days to develop systems and not leave them in tech debt. I will be honest, again, I'm going to be egotistical. I don't think, I gotta say, BCG was right. He was super sexy, but also super right. Yeah, but he chews on his tongue when he games, and you just want to reach through the camera and slap him. I do the same thing. I think the biggest problem with Ashes was, or hold on, different train of thought. I wouldn't take the job of doing CPI work at Intrepid Studios. I'm not even shitting you, for less than $500,000. The amount of work some poor bastard is gonna have to do to even remotely get Ashes of Creation on a timeline, right? It is unreal. You have to take the node system, and we're about to get all crazy with this shit. You need to take the node system, and you need to get the desired end state and the current state, and you need to do 2 things. You need to get an MVP, a minimum viable product, with all of the other things stripped out. And then you have to have mile markers for when you're going to put the features that you strip out. And yes, for Ashes of Creation to launch, you will need absolutely to strip things out. Sorry, I'm still figuring. Oh, that's better. I'm still figuring out all of my chord placements. Anybody who thinks that you can do Ashes of Creation without stripping systems out, you can't. You cannot. Ashes probably had 5 years of work left to do. So the same thing. You're gonna do the current state of the combat system. I'm sorry, not the combat system. The current state of the class system. Where's my minimum viable product? That's level 50, all abilities done, all augments taken out, the class system taken out. And then this is our minimum viable product for launch. But we still have to develop that minimum viable product with all the benchmarks for the desired end state. I'll be right back. And where I work, we need to pump releases every 2 sprint priorities, keep changing, and we're stuck with MVPs everywhere. See that right there? That is the problem with game companies, because they are run by penny pinchers. And it's not just game companies. Like, I'll say this about the US military. The US military constantly funds things in a fucking stupid way. This project is going to cost $100 million. But in brackets, TM. Today's money. So this is a 3-year project. And if I was given the funding today, I could source 100% of the materials. But I can't. Because of where the fiscal year is, I can only get the first 20% of the money. So I get 20 million. Well, after the fiscal year chips over, I have 80 million remaining, but it's going to take me 84 to finish the project now. Am I going to be touching politics this week? I will get back to touching politics. I'm just absolutely fucking exhausted because I drove all day on Thursday. I got in Thursday night. I left Orlando at 3:30 in the morning. 4:20 in the morning is when I dropped my wife and the one kid off at the airport. I drove from 4:20 Orlando time, which was 3:20 my time, straight through, got home. Got up the next morning. My PC fucking died. I spent like 13 straight hours through the night trying to fix that. So I'm fucked up on sleep right now. So I'm going to try. I can't promise Wednesday's show will be very good. Wednesday's show just might be just chatting as we bullshit. Because I have probably another 12 hours of PC setup to do on this machine. I also have to pull down all my Disney photos, which will be a 3 or 4 hour project. And again, all the other shit that I normally do. My fucking PC shitting the bed was a moment of panic. Also, my health is not great. My health has gotten worse, actually. I'm waiting to see if the doctor has a plan. I see the doctor on Thursday. I'm in stage 2 hypertension now. So no offense, I love doing the show, but the number of fucking morons that stumble in here and raise my blood pressure It is what it is. You can see me at Disney with a minimum of 3 cameras and 20 memory cards. No, actually, believe it or not, I use the Disney Memory Maker. I use the Disney Memory Maker for the majority of my photos. I take photos of things that I want, but let me see if I can post one in here real quick. I'll grab it. I like to just chill and enjoy the mouse. So I go to Disney, and I love Disney. And if I know a lot of people say, well, how can you go to Disney as often as you do? Doesn't it get boring? I go to Disney because for a few minutes every day, everything goes away. The world goes away. I don't, a lot of times I put my phone in airplane mode in between using it to use the app. People go away because there is nothing in my belief, there is nothing better than that. Like, that's why I go. Whatever your thing is, whatever your thing is, make sure nobody is taking your thing away from you. My father-in-law, a great story about my father-in-law. My father-in-law is a hunter. My brother-in-law is too. I am. My wife and I used to be. My father-in-law's big thing is he'd never been hunting big antlered animal. Shooting deer, I don't have a problem shooting deer. Deer are a nuisance animal. Because we don't have wolves, we don't have coyotes, we don't have bobcats. We don't have those things. We have too many deer. My father-in-law was going elk hunting. I don't think we need to shoot an elk, but that's his thing. Why? I respect my father-in-law. He went out there, he was gonna shoot an elk. He had an elk tag and everything. He watched the thing and he said, I can't shoot this. It's too majestic of a creature. So he fishes, he eats what he catches. He just went camping with his grandkids. That's his thing. Everybody needs a thing. And don't ever let anybody take that one thing away from you. Now, Random Gamer says Ashes was his thing and it got taken away. I will be honest. An MMORPG, an MMORPG has to come out, but I don't think I'm ever going to be an MMORPG player again. I'm playing Once Human. I play Crusader Kings 3. I'm too old and I'm too fucking blind, I think, to be dealing with dealing with this bullshit. I said if an MMORPG comes out, I'll talk to my community about who's got a guild I can join. I'll be a worker, but I'm not gonna be an officer. I'm not doing that shit. And honestly, fuck Steven Sharif because he caused a lot of that. He fostered a community of toxicity, and then said to me, I'm toxic. Your thing is Universal, mainly Halloween Horror Nights and Epic. Halloween Horror Nights, you say, huh? I'll be at Halloween Horror Nights in October for an RIP tour with my 2 kids. My wife doesn't do horror. September for you. I would have gone in September. I just did Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween last week. It's so weird. I was laughing with all the staff because they're saying Happy Halloween. I'm walking up trick-or-treating and I trick-or-treated. We got 70 pounds of candy. Walking up to him, trick-or-treat. I keep dentists in business, and every staff member laughed. Do you think there will have to be a drastic shift in the MMO market, or do you think it will just continue the path it's been going? Yeah, your semester starts next Monday. My daughter started today. Do I think there will have to be a drastic shift in the MMO market? I think the MMORPG market is now dead for new games. I think as much as people didn't like Where Winds Meet, I think I truly believe this. I think these are dead. And I think these are what we're going to move to. MMO persistent worlds. Steven was adamant that we were going to have 40-person raids. Can we stop with the bullshit? 25-man raids are hard enough to fill out. You want to do 40? Does anybody remember 40-man raids? And what garbage they were? It's not fun when one person out of 40 causes a wipe. Because what happens is you end up getting guilds that just get all the best people. Hi. You get guilds that get all the best people together, and then they're the ones that can clear the content. Because you have to tune, you have to tune a raid very, very closely. You have to tune a raid very, very closely so that you don't have one person killing everybody. Molten Core, fucking terrible. Kel, original, well, both original and the revamped Nexramas. Fucking one person standing at a place wipes everybody. It's not fun. We also have the problem now where people have been spoiled over the years and individual loot. People don't want to roll for loot anymore. Why not make a raid multiple groups that have to split up in dungeon and open the next area for other groups? Be more creative. Hey, look at Final Fantasy 14 and what they did early on. They did that. That was really well done. I forgot the name of it. Somebody can help me out. It's it was the original 3-party alliance raid, not the Coils of Bahamut. That was the 8-person. I can't think of what the original 50-man raid was. Yeah, they did. Some of the places, no, not Infinite Coils. Labyrinth of the Ancients. The Crystal Tower. Yeah, the Crystal Tower. So the Crystal Tower was, some of it wasn't all like that, but you went down 3 different lanes. Yeah, like Steven and Arcage buying all the good people. Now, hear me out here. They didn't stay with that level of creativity, which is sad. They have a couple of boss fights that have that level of creativity. Like, you have parties A, B, and C. So one of the fights is a big dog. And if you're in party A, you deal with the ads. If you're in party B, you get eaten and go in the belly. And if you're in party C, you're responsible for the chains. So that's one of them that I remember. You stopped even trying to raid back in 2019 because I value my time, and it was impossible to get in and accomplish a task when you have 3 people demanding smoke breaks every 15 minutes, 2 people going AFK before every fight, and 1 guy in a full-on argument with his mom because she caught him pissing in bottles. That's about the size of gamer mentality. That's about what we have. The sad part is, again, you had somebody come in today that wants to argue with me about money and finance. Okay, what I'm going to say is this. I have one person on YouTube arguing with me with money and finance, and nobody else is. I'm saying the things this person is going to say before they're saying them because because I understand it thoroughly. That's the World of Darkness 24-man raid. No, the World of Darkness, yes, is another 24-man raid, but I was thinking of the Labyrinth of the Ancients, which is what most people call the Crystal Tower. That was like the first time that we had it where, oh, you're talking about the, okay, yeah, we're on the same, yeah, what I was talking about, the dog is the World of Darkness, thank you. I couldn't remember where the dog was from. That's the World of Darkness. I was talking about the Crystal Tower, sorry. We didn't sync up right away, but now we did. Now we're synced up. He was reminding me where the dog was. Was really good. I liked it. I like raids having to work together. I also like the idea of taking that a step further. Our party did our job and you died. Well, fuck you. You have to respawn. We don't. Our job is done. Try to do your job again. I try to argue with him about money and finance, but we agree too much about it. You have to argue something I don't believe, right? And, oh yeah, Karthos, I didn't share much, but I did say, I had mentioned that being a landlord was my least favorite thing. And I said, yeah, somebody should ask Karthos about his experiences in being a landlord lately, because that was fun shit for you. I hope he was pissing in Gatorade bottles. At least those are the best bottles to piss in. All I'm going to say, and then I got to get out of here to cook some food. We talk a lot about, we talk an awful lot quite often about starter homes. The problem with starter homes is they come with one bathroom. Never have a girlfriend who can spend like 3 consecutive hours in the bathroom if you only have one bathroom. Your rose bushes outside might get some extra watering. I just tuned in and missed the stream. Will the stream VOD be available later? Yes. I will break my normal rule and the stream VOD I will just kick over right away. I won't put a thumbnail on it. As you can see over there, my PC, my $7,000 PC, took a shit, and it's gonna probably cost me like $300 or $400 plus parts to fix it. Number one, I can't get into it because of my hands. My hands are so bad. I'm gonna say this, and I hope I don't get in trouble. Yesterday, my wife is a mechanic's daughter, not an electrician's daughter. My wife never opens up PCs. She doesn't know how to work on them. My hands were so bad yesterday. I couldn't do the work myself. I needed my wife's help. I've lost my dexterity in my fingers. In order to get one of the screws mounted, we had to use a tongue ring ball holder so that I could get the screw in the right place, but it works. The capture card is moved into the new machine. So with that said, I'm going to get out of here. I was going to cook, but I think I'm going to go get Chinese because we talked about the Chinese buffet, and then I'll make the steak and rice that I have for dinner tonight. I will be back Wednesday. I can't guarantee that it'll be a politics show. It might be just chatting as I catch up with everything, because shit, man, Ukraine has decided to have like 18 military advances in a week and a half I've been gone. Also, no show exit today. No Gail and Daisy, because I don't have that video on this machine yet.